Hold on, we going live. All right. So I don't know about playing music. You might get us in trouble playing that music.
I don't own the rights to this music.
I don't think you can do that on YouTube though.
We'll see. Hold on.
They damn sure gonna flag this one. You gonna
All
make me
I cut it off.
But let me introduce your big head self, man.
I appreciate you.
This is my boy Antoine Walker, aka one of the best football players y'all don't know, because Franco ain't want to play quarterback. We're gonna diss Franco on this one. You know we gotta diss Franco on this one. Gotta diss Franco. But this is a brother. Yeah, let me get me a little sip. No, I ain't gonna get no sip on your introduction. But this is a brother that's from my hometown who I can say is definitely not a sheep. He don't talk around a lot of crowds because he understands that most people are not gonna like what he has to say. But if you get him by himself one or two times, and the type of logic and wisdom that you're gonna get from him is much needed, and especially at a time like this. So I just hope that you can say as much as you can, you know, without the sense of police coming down on you. So this is my boy Antoine Walker.
Hey man, I'm definitely elated that you thought enough of me to invite me. Definitely for what you're trying to do or what you're gonna do. We're gonna leave that tryout. What you're doing and your platform. You didn't see it as robbery to invite me. So hopefully, I can bring, to your YouTube channel, that same fire that you bring, with your point and your truth. So I'm excited. How do we get what's not? See, I watched you in your other conversation, and so it's like you went into the lion's den. So I know you got all your people. How do I invite people from like Facebook to watch it? Do I need to go live from my phone?
Or you could just share the link with them and they could actually watch it from my YouTube. They don't have to have a YouTube page to go watch it on that link.
Okay, so I'm gonna go live right now. I'm gonna stay live for a few minutes and tell everybody how to go on the link. And then if they don't go on, then I'll go in the fight and I'm gonna just do what I do. All right, y'all. So what I told y'all earlier, to tell me, what I tell you, these computers tell you everything. So I can't. What do I tell them? I posted the website on my Facebook page. So
yeah, they should be able to go to that link.
I shared that link. So in order for you to participate in the live, you need to go to that link, and it's through StreamYard, and you can actually view the conversation. So I'll stay live, for a little while, but I'm gonna be looking at this camera. I'm not gonna look at that one. I ain't doing no double screen, so I'm gonna look at Kwame. But y'all got to go to my page and click on the link that I shared where he said how to get on it, and so y'all can view. And again, before you just view it, first go subscribe to his YouTube channel, because first and foremost, subscribers. So subscribe to his YouTube channel, then come chime in, put the comments, and we finna take off. All right, I ain't looking at y'all no more. All right. Yeah. So you
better be outside for this conversation.
I'm outside. I'm outside. I'm gonna take care of everybody I need to take to. My son probably come out here, but it's all good. I'm ready.
I'm in my office. I told her don't come out here, don't bother me if you open this door, it's on. So I'm going to jail. So she already know. Let me look around. I don't think she's here right now, but she already know don't come in here. So we got that understood.
So first and foremost, Mr. Brown, if you would allow me to do my disclaimer.
Okay, let's do it.
I am not here representing any kind of official capacity that I have. I'm not here representing any of my affiliations to any kind of organization. This is Antoine Walker.
The civilian.
My own truth. And I'm bringing that because that is what's welcome through my relationship, my friendship, and my family ties to Mr. Kwame Brown. So either you can like it or you can not like it. It's fine by me. If it's something that we say or we share that you could use, by all means, use it. I hadn't coined any term. Kwame hadn't put no patents on nothing.
Not yet.
Yeah. With that being said, Antoine Walker is still here. 20 on the way. I feel him coming. So
that's what I'm talking. We gonna talk when 20 gets here.
Yeah.
I'm okay with Antoine Walker, but I'm real tight with 20. I don't really know that Antoine Walker nigga. He teetering the gate.
And see, I can't tell who on here. So a lot of people have never met Twan.
Boy, they gonna meet you tonight.
Some people only know Antoine Walker. So let me introduce to some 20 and bring back to some.
I'll shift to that. Let me turn it around and give Gators a plug. I will shift to that.
Right. I'm off the clock. So
and it's Friday.
And I have music playing because I'm starting out controversial. So I don't want us to get flagged or nothing. This is a backyard party. Where I come from, you fellowship and you enjoy each other's company that you trust that's in your circle. 9 times out of 10 is either on the front porch or in the backyard. So
getting ate up by that.
You know what I'm saying? I'm having a backyard party with my family.
Where the crabs at?
And listen, we done ate them last night.
I knew it had to be some crabs.
I got some crab cakes in the oven. That's gonna occupy them, so they ain't gonna come out here and bother me.
Mm-hmm. So you had to cook. So you had to cook to do this.
Listen, take her back in there. Go, Sky. Take her back in there. Come say hey, Taylor. My daughter got this. Let me get my daughter out of the way. Come say hey. Come say hey. You want to say hey? That's why you came out here. Say hello. All right, that's my daughter. I got her permission. All right, you go. Good. See you later. All right, bye.
Look at she looking. He told all right, bye.
I'm back. So, Mr. Brown, you let me. How you want to do this thing? Let's just go.
Is this 20 I'm talking to, or is this Antoine Walker?
This is he in the building. 20 here.
20 here.
20 here.
So let's jump right into it. Let's get a little backstory. I don't know how much you care to share with people about your personal life and about a conversation you shared with me the other day, or just give a little background about you and just let them know a little bit about yourself to give what I think is the reason why you and people like you are so important. And that's why I want to talk to guys like you who come from the same area but took a different route to become successful and maybe don't have as much pressure as a celebrity to have to wash their tongue because of the relationships that they have.
So me, Antoine Walker, I am a product of the union of Oliver Latney and Anita Walker. My father is deceased. My mother is still here, very vibrant, although she's very quiet. Born and raised in Brunswick, Georgia. My beginnings started on Prince Street, right next to the water tower in Dixville, small community of Dixville. Age of 5, nearly lost my life. Some of these kids these days are used to an abundance of resources. We didn't have a lot of resources in that community. All we had was each other. Right. So we were playing a baseball game, and I was the catcher. And at that time, the bat, it wasn't no Roger Wood, it was a table leg. So it was an old table that we took the leg off the table and we made it a bat. So that was the bat. And so I'm the catcher, and a friend of mine, I ain't gonna say no names or whatever. He swung the bat, bust me right in the head. That's why you see this scar right here to this day.
I always thought your brother did that.
Nah, I always win against him. So, nearly lost my life, at the age of 5. Thank God the doctors told me I would have seizures, for the rest of my life. I would never function normally, could never be in a school setting, any of that, none of that. Never could play sport ever again in my life. But to God be the glory. I'm not pushing my religion on anybody else, but as for me, to God be the glory. None of that took place, although some people still think that I'm tad bit special ed, but I just enjoy life just because it's so precious and it can be taken away so soon. So
right.
Grandmother, mother, raised non-traditional. You call it non-traditional, I call it traditional. In my community, my mother and my grandmother were the heads of my rearing. Eventually my grandmother was fortunate enough to get a job with Boone County, took us out of Dixville. But I kind of stuck with my mother, and my mother got on government assistance. So we went from housing project to housing project. So I started out in number 65 Brooklyn Homes. They call it Magic City. Again, not having a lot of resources. We didn't have full court at that time. They didn't put basketball courts in the housing projects like they do now. We used to steal Dixie buggies, turn them upside down, and then we used to have full court in between each section. with the Winn-Dixie buggies. Went from Brooklyn Homes to Perry Park, 2832 Perry Park, right across from the basketball court. You know, where I made a lot of lifetime friends and friends that I still reach out to this day. I just knew from the people that I interacted with and what I saw growing up, you know, without physically having my father there. I think we'll touch on that later on in the conversation. But just from what I saw and what I wanted for myself, I knew that there was something out there different for me. And in my mind, and at that time, and for my truth, I felt like I needed to matriculate on a college campus. For me, my steps were guided by a higher power, and I ended up at Morris Brown College. While I was at Morris Brown College, I majored in criminal justice, and I still have friendships from the day that I walked there, fall of 1998. Some of my friendships are still there with those people. My professors are still there that challenged me, and you know, and made me step outside of thinking that athletics was the only thing that I was going to do, because I was always 5'7". I wasn't always 190. I was always 5'7", and I was smart enough to know that the NFL wasn't going to be me. And this is my plug. I have two people. If I end up going to hell, I'm going to end up murdering Franco or Mario. Because my senior year, I was supposed to have this breakout year. But
you were supposed to have one.
I know Coach Tooley probably gonna watch this. He might be on my. I'm Terry Tooley.
He was in on it.
Terry Tooley, you know him. Went to Georgia Tech, would not allow a freshman to play quarterback. So Franco at that time was about 6, maybe about 5'10", 5'11", stud muffin. Get off the Greyhound bus, you'd have thought he was going D1. He was supposed to be the quarterback, but Coach Tooley, with his traditional ways, wasn't gonna let no freshman be no starter on no varsity football team. So Mario Wilson, he's shorter than me. He was the quarterback, and I ended up with negative 500 yards my senior year. And I ended up going to college 1 year, gave it up because my focus changed, and I majored in criminal justice. My law enforcement career started in 2002. And I'm still in that career, and that's who you got right now with a lot of bumps and bruises on the way. That's just me.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what's so important about your story, because I think people only think we're given this whole concept of that's the way we're gonna make it through athletics, and that's the only way we're gonna make it. That was the only way I was gonna make it. But to have that realization that that's not gonna happen for you, and to still be able to do something. I mean, it wasn't that story that you just told was a nice version. I've seen Twanny working 2 and 3 jobs and in trying to do whatever he had to do for his family. So that's why I think your story and guys like you story is so important, that you got married, that you kept your family together, because the treatment of a guy like me, and maybe even a guy like you, growing up in a household and going to school and not having that father there to represent the family and the household in that unit, to me, it helped shape your treatment, you know, from that point on.
I would agree 100% with your comments. I think it's the best kept secret, education. One of the things that I've learned through my education, and I'll argue the point to anybody just based off of my truth and my experiences, a lot of my learning, you know, matriculating on a historically black college and university, a lot of my education didn't necessarily come in the classroom. It came through relationships that I made while I was matriculating on that campus. And so just learning different, you know, cultural norms, just learning, you know, about different things that are good for your body, because when you come from a certain way and you try to break, you know, family, family, you know, you're trying to break that and incorporate something different, and you see that you get resistance when you try to take that stuff to your family, and that's ultimately the strength of education, because the person who gets the education now is armed and equipped to take that education to people who did not get the opportunity to share it, and that's what I do. But a lot of people, they just receive it differently, and I do my best to share it. And I think one of the things that we wanted to talk about was aggression versus passion in communication. Right. So with me, and I think you fall victim to this sometime as well, people mistake aggression for passion. And so if you get in a conversation with me, or we're engaged in dialogue, and you start to see aggression from me, 9 times out of 10, it stems from my passion about the subject. It's not that I'm mad at you or I'm mad about your point that you're making, or I'm not listening to what you're trying to articulate to me. Mainly it's because I'm passionate about the topic that we're discussing about, probably because I have an experience with that topic. So I want you can't hear me. I want you to be able to feel me. So I get mistaken a lot of times as I'm angry. I'm always the one that's, trying to take over conversations. And, I've learned as I've gotten older, to listen first. But then when I come and you find that enthusiasm within me to come, it's hard to reel me back in because I'm passionate about people. I'm a people person. I'm passionate about, changing things that are stuck in our heads and people trying to put you in boxes, telling me you can't, versus if you just take the initiative to go out there and get it for yourself and then make the determination what works for you versus what somebody told you. So, I mean, I ain't gonna take over, but if I go to talking, I ain't gonna stop.
No, it's good because, like I said, that's why I brought you on. And people, young men, need to hear this. A lot of times, especially young males, when they don't have an example, a lot of times I used to stay quiet because the things that I'm thinking about hasn't been done yet. So, I'm already thinking about something that we can't lean towards that, hey, he already did this, so this can happen. The things that I'm thinking are so, far up that, okay, if I fall short, I'm okay with that because the things that I'm thinking hadn't been done yet, especially from our community standpoint. So I think fear is like boxing us in a little bit too much.
Yeah, and we share stuff in private all the time, and it just, I guess, depends on how the conversation takes off. For me to you, and I told you this day one, when we took our friendship from friendship to family. Initially we had a friendship. We played together. You were a freshman my senior year. I played more so with Tabar, your older brother. So when we took our friendship to another level, I've always told you I'm fascinated with your story. I know because you shared with me from what you come from. You have a lot of people who want to jump on this bandwagon that I came from the mud or I came from the hood, and people who truly come from those humble beginnings don't necessarily want to parade that around, because if you have to come from the mud, that means your family somewhat was lacking in the beginning. So and people who achieve success, they try to protect those kids from the mud that a lot of people are fighting to get to. So I'm just fascinated. I've always been fascinated with your story. I know your family. So, I mean, I think people should just understand, like, what you see, you can't necessarily go off of what you see. One of my favorite quotes, and I'm not pushing my religion on anybody, is the quote of faith. Hebrews, I don't walk by sight. I don't walk by sight at all. The things that are unseen. So, because you never know. I was told several times of what they thought I would end up being, and at a certain point in my life, there were times when I truly believed that. But by the grace of God, He ordered my steps, and I'm here for a reason. So I'm going to tell my story. So people don't understand that passion comes from when you lost your life. I really lost my life on 2 occasions.
Right.
So. If I'm looking at the game of baseball, I ain't got no more. So I'm gonna ride. Listen, I'm gonna do a disclaimer. I'm gonna cuss eventually, but I can give 2 fucks about.
You just did.
I did. That's one. I'm gonna take a drink. Every time I cuss, I'm gonna take a shot.
Oh shit, we're gonna be drinking a lot.
Right. So I'm really not concerned with people's opinion of me, because their opinion doesn't, propel. It doesn't project me, or it doesn't de-escalate me. Yeah. So your opinion is what it is. If I can use something that you give me, I appreciate you. Or if I'm just engaged in the conversation, hopefully I don't deem it as time wasted. So because again, your days on this earth are numbered. So in that hyphen between the date that you were born and the date that you were deceased, that hyphen is very significant. What are you doing within that hyphen? And I like to pride myself on that I'm trying to do something to leave some sort of impact in my small little world on somebody. And I don't have to affect change in communities. It could be one individual that comes up to me and say, hey, what you said resonated with my spirit. And instead of me going out here trying to hustle, I'm gonna try to do what you did. You know, it don't necessarily have to be in a law enforcement community. It could be in a different community. It don't necessarily have to mean you got to go to college. You could focus on your trade, and with your trade, you can start your own business and employ your people. So it doesn't really matter to me, you know, what route you take. Just be bold enough to take a route.
And that's what I think the problem is, and that's what's wrong with the situation and the climate today. We're so celebrity driven. We only voting. We're only dealing with people who we like. If you're a celebrity that got 2, 3 million, 20 million followers, get half of these people to back whatever they're saying. When a celebrity's mind can be bought, I've backed brands that I never even tried just for the little check. So, you know, you never know when it comes to a celebrity. So how do we get people to appreciate the celebrity for what they do and what they bring to the table, whether it's rap, whether it's R&B, whether it's basketball, baseball? Appreciate them for that. But just because you have a difference of opinion with them on that doesn't mean you don't respect them or you don't follow them.
And this is no knock on anybody that has achieved success, you know, and become a celebrity, whether it be through athletics, whether it be through, you know, your business, or however, whatever you have done to achieve the status of a celebrity. But for me and for my truth, my celebrities are on a smaller scale, and I'll be a tad bit transparent, you know, as far as it relates to my life. So the person who has taught me the most about athletics, because again, I learned later on, prior to my father being deceased, that my father was athletic. And I'll get to, you know, the relationship with my father later on. And, you know, I'm an open book. I have no secrets. So I was taught the game of basketball by my uncle David Walker. And I don't have no problem mentioning his name because I already know. And so people who know my uncle know that my uncle is out there in the world right now. And for you people who don't understand what out there in the world means, my uncle is lost right now. He doing some things that he shouldn't be doing. My uncle, he's addicted to substances, illegal substances. But at the end of the day, I've learned so much from him. Even in his wilderness, I can find him in his wilderness. And while he's in that wilderness, he still pours into me. There are some things that my uncle has taught me that I knew nothing about. As far as using my hands, just about life in general, how you go from somewhat being on a pedestal to falling all the way down to being on your back. But my uncle is very prideful. You know, every time I get home and I get to Brunswick, I don't care where I am, I can find him in his wilderness, because to me, there's a linkage between the two of us. And it doesn't take me long to find him. And regardless of what I need from him at that time as a man, he's always delivered. So to me, I celebrate him. I take sensitivity to him. Although I know he's out there in his wilderness, there are battles that I won't engage in that he's created until he's made the decision to come out that wilderness, because he knows he has a support system. But you have to allow people to be in the lane and run into their brick walls. You can't force people out of their wilderness. You know, all of us are in our own wilderness. It's just a matter of who knows about it.
Right.
I mean, but, you know, celebrity for me, it's a loose term. And, you know, some people celebrate it, some people don't. But in order to be a celebrity in my world, you have to be able to pour into me. And your celebrity status is not because of the historic things that you have done. It's because of the things that you're striving to do. So that's what makes you a celebrity to me. Not necessarily of what everybody else sees. It's what people don't see. It's what makes you 7 foot 32 inches.
And so that to me is what it's about. Like I like to be around men like yourself, that because sometimes when I'm lacking, and like I said, I said this on the live earlier, in my household, I know that's not how the real world works. You know, every time there's a conflict, you settle it with fisticuffs. So I like to deal with people like you're in law enforcement. I noticed how me and my brother started acting once my dad went to prison, because it's a certain way we knew we couldn't act, because when he got home, it was going to be on. So how important and what you think the connection is with this whole promotion of single motherhood, and not to say parents got to stay together, but you still need, that child still needs some line to his father, because what is most of these rappers are saying? They turn to the streets because, you know, they didn't have a family, they didn't have a father, but they still had mama right there. So obviously, and just like me as a kid, when I saw other kids when they had their father there at these parent teacher days or father daughter days or father son days, sorry, father daughter. Let me drink to that. Hold on. Father son days, and then my dad wasn't there. It just did something to me. It just made me feel like, well, damn. I know mom is good, mom is great. I'm not saying that. And but all I'm saying is why he ain't there. You know what I mean? It just still made me wonder and ask questions. And so I think a lot of these young men, and maybe this is your field more so than mine. What's the connection you think that is to crime?
Well, I'll respond to you by telling, again, this is probably the last. I'm telling y'all all my business, but I mean, it's worth it, and I feel like it needs to be told because it could probably reach somebody. So I'll tell my story as it relates, you know, to my father, and I just shared this with you maybe a week or so ago when we were talking about it. So why I feel like fathers are important in the grand scheme of things, because me, you know, as an individual, that is my weakness, because in my mind, I somewhat don't know who I truly am as a man. And the only way I can really discover who I truly am as a man is by having a conversation with the man who helped create me. So initially in my life, I told you my father was from the same community as my mother. My mother sat on the right side of First Friendship Baptist in Dixville. My father sat on the left side. The Latins were on one side, the Walkers were on the other side. Walkers, Moses, whatever you want to call it, you know, they were on the other side. So my mother and my father were in the same church. So in my mind, you know, as I grew up, I had this hatred, and hate is a strong word for me to use.
Right. I did too, though.
Right now, for me, I had this hate, you know, towards my father, because I could not understand why he didn't want to be a part of me. And people make the memes about Will Smith and that episode in Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, but that episode still messes me up, you know, to this day, because I could never understand what was it about me that made you not want to fight to be a part of it. So again, going forward, my understanding of it was, or my interpretation of what I just made myself go to sleep with at night, he just didn't want to be there.
Yeah, no, and that's the worst thing you could think. And that's what you don't get.
Because that's what's put in every child's mind that's fatherless. The father is in prison. They don't tell you that the father's in prison because he was out there hustling, trying. They don't tell you that. All they say is he made a wrong choice and he did something to take himself away from you, and he's a bad guy for that, and you should resent him. So if you're being raised by the television and you have no substance at home, you're gonna fall for that. So once I came back home from college, I made it my business, because every child is going to make it their business, regardless if you want to accept it or not, mama. And I'm not against any mothers out there, but regardless of how long you keep that child from that father, or father raising a child that keeps the child from the mother, that child is going to find their other parent, and they're going to have a conversation with them. And as a parent, you need to be prepared for the repercussions of that. So long story short is, I had a conversation with my mother, and I asked my mother, did my father truly make a decision not to be a part of my life?
Right.
No. And my mother's very quiet, but she's very honest. She was like, no, that's not the case. Your father stayed away from you because he didn't want to deal with the issues that came with being involved with your life. Long story short, he didn't want to deal with my mother, and he didn't want to deal with my grandmother. So he stayed away for his own peace.
So what do you say to people that always tell men that are not men, just keep on fighting, when they don't understand? Sometimes that will drive a man crazy. And it shouldn't be easy. If that's the thing you're claiming that you want, and this man is present, why are they making it so hard for men to be around, especially black men?
Now, that's a question that I try to find the answer to all the time, because you two were good enough to conceive the child, but you two aren't good enough if you two don't work to work it out and make it happen. And I'm gonna tell you this story. When I was at Morris Brown College, it was a convocation. We used to have convocations each year. So it was Bishop Eddie Long, God rest his soul. He made this comment, and I'm not promoting this church or anything like that, but he made this comment that resonates with me to this day. So what Bishop Long said was, if you have a spiritual life and you believe in a higher power, God at that time only trusted my father to plant the seed in my mother. He was not was supposed to be a part of who I became as a man. So later on in life, that's what I used, because what I was going through from birth until I got to Morris Brown College, that wasn't the time that my father was supposed to be there because of whatever he had going on. So that's how I slept at night. But once I got to an age where I was man enough to form my own opinion and receive whatever information that I could receive from him, the two of us came together. And fortunately for me, before my father passed, I had a relationship with my father, and I was able to find out some things that I did not know about myself and about him. So everybody's story is different when it comes to people who are being reared in motherless homes or fatherless homes, but do the research before you cause yourself so much pain.
Right. And Mama talked about it too.
Right. Find out what's truly the root of that issue. There's always a foundation to every issue that every person has. And you know, that's just from me. That's just from me in my official capacity, dealing with children and dealing with adults. There's always a root to whatever issue that you're going to, and you just got to take the energy and the time to find it. So I hope I answered the question.
And to me, a lot of it is family. I mean, to me, a lot of you can't build a house on shaky foundation. And a lot of these foundations, myself, they were shaky. I made a lot of mistakes that I think that a lot of my peers that have that stability of a mother and a father, that logic and that calm that a woman brings, I think they make decisions on the fly different than I did, especially at a different age. It seems like it took me a lot longer and a few more mistakes in order to get to the point where I'm at now. So to me, to avoid all that is that even if you two can't stay together, can you at least let this man come and go in the child's life to where your whole focus should still be, even if the relationship with you two are ended, it should still be what's best for the child.
Yeah.
And that's my opinion on that.
I agree with you 100%, because at the end of the day, when you bring a child in the world, it's no longer about you two's relationship. It's about doing what's best to ensure that you give this child the best opportunity to be successful. And I think that comes with it comes with maturation, because you still can't get away from emotions. You know, for you to lay down and conceive that child, there's a level of emotion there. So to have the maturation to watch your partner achieve something with someone else that he couldn't achieve with you, that is a skill that a lot of people do not possess. Some people do, but some people don't. And, you know, because again, if you put yourself to the side and you think about how you were reared and what you want for your children, you should always strive for your children to start out better and finish better than you did. You know, I'll leave this earth right now. If you tell me my son and my daughter are going to do 10 times better than me, but I got to close my eyes today, where do I sign? I'm gone. Because
me too. And that's what a real man is about, and that's what we strive to achieve. My daughter, my sons wasn't raised in a trap house like I was, so I feel like I got a win right there. I changed the generation, not only of people that was close to me, but people that was not so close to me. And I think you have the ability, and you have done that as well. And I think we all have the ability to do that. We just got to get more people thinking along the lines of being something other than rappers, something other than basketball players. That's why it's guys like you that are the most important people that I want to talk to, because you can be successful. You live in a nice neighborhood. There's no shooting going on. It's quiet over there. And that's what everybody should be striving for, not what they see on TV. I think this unhealthy relationship with celebrities is making a lot of people behave in a way that they should not behave. Your husband at home ain't good enough because you're supposed to be with Future, because he get all the girls and all the girls, he irresistible. So it's making people, it's training people into thinking things that are just not true. And so I'm just, me being once a celebrity and hating it, I just can't see why. I never encouraged one of my kids to play basketball. I've always tried to encourage them to do something that's going to be a respectable career, because quiet as kept, most basketball players and all these celebrities, you can't ask them to say anything true and risk their contracts because of the amount of money they're getting paid. So they want you to have this healthy love for a celebrity or for somebody that's getting paid by mainstream media, because once you do that, they control your mind. Because I'm not throwing away my check for you. And that's the way it's going. But now it's getting dangerous, because now it's just get down or lay down mob. And I want you to touch on that. People are thinking the same things, but they got to hide in certain pockets because they're afraid of maybe losing their livelihood. What do you agree with that? Because it ain't just going to hit celebrities. Once you let a leaky faucet keep dripping, it's going to go down to everybody in this great nation that we call America, that we say we love diversity and all these things. We're not going to be able to say anything opposite of Black Lives Matter, what it seems like.
Well, I mean, I would respond to that again with, you know, where does your passion lie? If your passion is, you know, with your job, then you're going to succumb to what the job tells you. If your passion lies with your family, you're going to succumb to what your family tells you. If your passion lies with your belief, then you're going to succumb to whatever, you know, your beliefs are. So with me, I feel like, you know, it's where you are at the time of what it is you're faced with. So if you're struggling with what's going on.
Hold on, Rick, you got some feedback going on in the background. You got to turn your screen down.
So if you're faced with something at a time where family is more important to you, then you ensure that your family is protected. If you're faced with a time where your job is, that's what it is. So if Black Lives Matter is that important to you, and at that time you're focused on your community and, you know, pushing your community, then you're going to push that agenda. But if you're focused on your family or you're focused on your job, that's what you're gonna. That's what agenda that you're gonna put. Just me, where I am, I'm 39 years old. If it takes me away from my family,
hold on, Tony. I'm hearing feedback. Hey, I think Rick, your mic is on. You might have to turn down the feed. I think you watching it at the same time. You're gonna have to unmute yourself and just turn the feed down. Can you hear us? Rick, can you hear us?
He's looking. I think he muted.
Yeah, he might have to leave out and come back in.
Commercial break. I appreciate all y'all. I can't see no comments, but thank you for everybody that's joining. I can't look at everybody, but yeah.
Let's see if I can add Tanisha in.
But yeah, we have, hey Brenda, hey Sean. Let me see if I can do shout outs real quick on everybody who on here. I can't see. Barry, Jackson.
Tell them if they want to get in the comment section to come over to the YouTube.
Hey, y'all know y'all can come over to the YouTube. If you go on the Facebook page and click on the link, you can come on. John Parks, what's going on? Everett, what up? Misty, Tonio, Keita, Ariel, Nicole, Renee, Brenda,
yeah, I hear you.
Dominique, Montel, my AOB
doing shout outs right now.
Yeah, I see.
What's going on with you?
Not too much, bro. This is tough.
Johnny,
20, the break over with. Come on back.
All right, I'm back. My bad. My bad.
So, Rick, I know you've been watching the show. Any one of the things topics we touched on so far you want to expound on?
Well, you know, me and Twana go way back. I'll go back with you as well, you know, with the basketball and the youth tournaments. which was always something good, you know, for the kids, especially in Brunswick. When you talk about Twane, you know, he's a genuine guy.
Right.
We go far back as to where I didn't even know who Twane's dad was. So for me to find out who his dad was and what his dad was to me was a wow moment for me. So at that point, I felt like I was obligated to try and, you know, pour into his life as much as I could, with as much as I had, because his dad did that for me. And believe it or not, Twane doesn't even know this, but his dad was an advocate for me and my wife when I was trying to, you know, get with her at that time. It's just amazing when you look at the circle. I mean, just the circle right here. It's amazing. You know, I grew up there in Dixville until I was about 6 years old in that little orange and black house, orange and black brick house that was right down Albany Street, not too far from, you know, ILA. So to see the things that are going on right now with the things that you're doing there at home as well too, I'm just proud of both of you guys, man. It's touching.
Well, I definitely appreciate it, and I just want to get some real voices and real people of the community. I don't think enough people from the actual community, because it's supposed to be we the people. So I think like I tell Twane all the time, we watch celebrities so much that I don't think we get that real perspective of the person that's on the ground. And I think you guys are important. You need to speak up more, because if you don't, everybody's going to be pigeonholed into this society where you can't say nothing, or it always offends somebody.
I mean, for myself, I've never been a person that, you know, would hold something back. It's either you like it or you don't like it. I'm not a person that's going to sit there and anybody will tell you, I'm not going to sit there and lie to you. You know, again, it's either you like it or you don't like it. With everything that's going on today, you know, I've lost some good friends behind, you know, with being quiet. You know, things that are out there that are wrong, they're keeping quiet because of certain things that they may have or certain businesses that they may be running. It's like, you know, I don't want to lose anything. So for me, you know, it's wrong. And for you to speak out the way that you're speaking out, you know, I'm 100% behind you. Twane knows that. I'm a guy that will speak out regardless to who likes it or not. I'm not looking for likes. I'm not looking for hearts of love and all that other stuff. I'm not looking for that. I'm just looking for what's going to be right, you know, for the community, what's going to be right for the youth, you know, in just in that nature. That's just it.
And so why do y'all feel, do you think it's just all job pressure or whatever else that's making us not be able to say the truth of what's really going on in our community, as far as all the violence, all the things that's going up? I understand we have some police reform that we need to do, but Twane, that you're in law enforcement, do you think some of the tactics that we are proposing, like sending social workers and things of that nature to domestic violence situations, is going to help?
My stance on, you know, I think everything starts at home. Okay. And I think, you know, this is a good segue, and I you know, Rick can break me down to my bare minimum when it comes to, you know, going against family norm. You know, I truly feel like, you know, it's all about what you're doing at home. You know, how are you training?
Hold on, Johnny. Hold on, Twane. Johnny Lee, I just added Johnny. You're gonna have to turn your background noise down so we can.
Oh, Dip, I'm in here.
Yeah,
good evening.
What's up, Johnny? Turn your background noise. Turn your background noise down so they can hear you. Hear Twane.
I can't see y'all too. Hold on. I'm on my iPhone.
I don't think we can add this joke on the iPhone. But go ahead, Twane. I'll add him in another time because we can't distract from the point. My bad.
I mean, I truly feel like, you know, what are you preparing everybody that's within your household to go outside and navigate within this world? I think, you know, back in the day, there was no need for this increased, you know, law enforcement. There was no need for that because everybody policed themselves. And, you know, I think if we got back to policing ourselves within our home first, then I don't have to tell you how to act when you leave my house, because you already have that solid foundation. So I mean, I think family ties, family structure, you know, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it requires every household may not have the opportunity to have a male there. What if you have a married couple and the father passes? Does that family now become non-traditional? Is that mother now not equipped, or vice versa? What if there's a father and a wife married and the mother's passed? So,
well, for me, I would always try to strive to get a woman there so we can have that balance. I still want my son. I'm gonna go too far. Sometimes when he fall, well, every time when he fall, I know my answer. My answer is gonna be get your ass up. And so sometimes he need to hear get up, but he need that hug from a woman, from a mother that still understands that this is still a young man and he's not fully a man, but he needs that nurturing as well. So I would still strive for that balance.
So let me ask you this. In a non-traditional home setting where there's only one parent, I'm not going to even say whether it's the father or the mother, is that not the sole purpose of community resources? So regardless of what your makeup is, and just using me as an example, you know, no, I did not. My father, I was not raised with my father. I was raised with my uncles. I was raised with the Boys and Girls Club, and eventually I was reared by a fraternity. So there are other things to substitute for where you're lacking as a family. I'm not going to say that it has to be a mother. I would prefer that there be a mother and a father, because then in a mother and a father program household, it's the same sheet of music that you echoing. You run the risk when you send your child to a community program, they may get a different perspective. So that's why when you tell me that you're a mentor, I'm going to hold you to that, because I am totally 100% against you mentoring a child. And when you mentor a child, that means taking that child out of their jungle for an hour, exposing them to your unicorns and rainbows, and then sending them back to that damn jungle. That's why it didn't work for me. Right. You do more damage than you help. Leave them in the jungle and let them navigate on their own.
Because now you soften me up a little bit. Now I go to St. Simon's Elementary. They're teaching me not to fight, not to touch anyone, to say things like this, be respectful. And I do that over there. Now I got to go back to Dixville. It's like a whole different world. You almost setting me up for failure, learning how to be civil. Let me deal with this now, and then I grow up and get the hell away from this.
learning etiquette when you living in a goddamn jungle ain't gonna help you do nothing.
Man, it's gonna help you get a target.
And you know how to put the fork in the silverware and put the napkin on your lap when you got to fight over who finna get these noodles. Get the fuck out of here. I don't want to hear that shit. And then you're gonna give me an award. You're gonna give me an award on St. Simon's because I put the knife and the fork in the right place. I get a gift card to Walmart. Then when I go home, before I can get in the goddamn house, they done took the gift card from me and I got to fight. Exactly. The hell mentorship is that? Get going with that shit. Let me do it.
Now I'm gonna sip to that.
Yeah, I don't you know, let's be realistic and let's be honest. If you're gonna be a mentor, cast your net where that child is.
Yeah.
If you're gonna be a mentor and you can go in the trenches, go in the trenches. If you're a mentor and you scared to go in that child house, take your name off the list and go somewhere else.
And if you just want to sleep with that child mama, just get off the list. Because at least if you're going to sleep with their mama, at least help the baby. God damn. I got to say that too.
All they're going to do, they're going to go over there, they're going to get a child a melatonin for the child to go to sleep. And then he going to be a backbeater to the mama. And then
give her a change. And then what? The baby confused as hell.
2020 mentorship. I only know that because I'm talking to some backbeaters right now. That's why
trying to tell you. They love these mamas, these strong ones, boy. They don't want to listen to. They love backbeating these mamas. But
weak. Okay, let's stay on the We about to go left. We about to go left.
We're too honest for our own.
Man.
But at the end of the day, we got to tell the truth. We know what goes on in our community. And in order to heal our community, you're going to have to tell the truth. There's a reason why the port workers are some of the best motherfuckers in the town. There's a reason why.
Yep.
They wait on you to goddamn leave your house, and then They give him a little change for something a little strange. We got to be honest.
That goes into what we want. That goes into leadership.
Okay.
What and where does your leadership come from? You cannot be my leader if you can't handle my truth. A title does not make you a leader, because you were able to get some people to vote for you, to put you in a position. That don't mean you a leader. If you can't get in that arena and speak the truth for your constituents, you're not a leader. If you got to straddle the fence to remain in that seat, you are not a leader. If everybody agrees with your agenda, then you're not a leader, because you're never going to please everybody with your agenda and your truth.
Exactly. That's almost like
if you can't get anybody to follow you, you're not a leader.
Exactly. And that's almost like a parent. You know, you say, you know, when you're raising that child, if that child always likes you and they're never upset with you, they never dislike what you're doing, you're not doing the parenting. Something's wrong with that parenting.
Right.
So just like you're saying with the leaders, if you're scared to, again, you know, and this is where I'm coming from when I say you lose someone, you win some. But if you're scared to open your mouth and say, hey, this is wrong, you know, this is not right. If you can't go and step up to that person, that woman, or that man and say, hey, this is wrong or this is right, then you can't lead for me. I'm not, you know, the whole voting, I'm not giving you my vote. I need somebody that's not scared to come into Dixville. I need somebody that's not scared to come into Hopkins Homes, or, you know, go out to the country or something of that nature, you know, and then come over to St. Simon's and Jekyll Island and speak to all the people the same way that you spoke to those people. If you're not able to do those things, then I don't need you. Why am I giving you my vote? What am I voting?
Because you know why you gave them their vote. They pulled out hot sauce.
Exactly. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I need those people on Jekyll and St. Simon's to smile and like me and pat me on the back and say, great job. You know, I'm not worried about the people over at Hopkins Homes or Brick City or something of that nature, or Magnolia Park, College Park. I'm not worried about those people. I'm worried about the other people that's over there, you know, on the water, on the beaches. You know, as long as they're happy, then everything's good. You know, when do we stop that?
And I feel inclined to make this statement. When it comes to you wanting to step into a leadership role, you don't come for people always that are in need. There are several people. I know several fathers that are within their household. I know several mothers that are in their household. I know children that are not below level. So when you come to our community, don't come thinking that you always have to fix something. Go in your communities and figure out where you fit in that community and see where you fit. If you come in and try to loop everybody in this same box, you've already lost me. Don't come in telling me that every person who wants to lead a community of African-American people want to start with recreation. I don't need you to teach me. Listen, I ain't go to the NFL. I ain't do none of that, but I can teach my own damn child how to play baseball. But I don't need you to do that. What can you do to help the educational setting? What can you do to give more parents education on how to own versus buying, how to balance a budget, and how to not live beyond their means? Can you do it as a leader?
I knew we was gonna get crunk here shortly. I knew it.
Come to me when you talk to me. Come to me when you have those settings of people who you hold in higher regard, but you want to come to me and talk about baseball and football, and we're gonna build a swimming pool, but you don't want to do financial literacy. You don't want to do home ownership. You don't want to do none of that. So don't come at me and insult my intelligence, because just because I didn't go to college,
man, you're not intelligent. If you don't vote for me, you're not black. You're not intelligent.
This is
you don't vote for me, you ain't black. I'm gonna drop the mic. You ain't black.
Don't shortchange me. You come to me with your best the same way you go to everybody else with your best. Because I promise you, if you ever have, and this is passion. This is not aggression. I'm not mad. I'm having a good time. I promise you. Exactly. Don't insult me like that. And don't think because you have a title that you can overtalk me.
Yeah.
I put you there. You shut up.
Let
me tell you what I need. Shut up and let me tell you what I need and how we can combine our resources and attack this monster together. In our community where we come from, you got 20,000 chiefs. Everybody want to be the face of everything, and you have no Indians. Nobody want to do the work because it's beneath them. They want to be the face of it. They want the title.
Maybe that's why we keep falling for. We gonna give you everything. We gonna give you everything free. We gonna get. Maybe that's the reason.
And even coming to Atlanta, I see the same thing in Atlanta. And excuse my French, I got some other people, on my live, but whatever. This is transparent. We're very transparent. You got niggas and you got African Americans.
And niggas is fucking us up.
African Americans feel like they done arrived, and they got to show the niggas how to get off the boat. Yeah, when everybody trapped. So and again, this is my truth. You can like it or you cannot like it.
I think they bumped your head and it made you say shit that you ain't supposed to say. But you a little slow like me.
I got mad for some reason. I don't know why, because I just don't understand. Like, it was people that was in the same classroom with me at Burroughs Millet. I started at St. Simon's. I ended up at Burroughs Millet.
Yeah, we had to kick your crazy ass out of St. Simon's. We couldn't let you graduate from St. Simon's.
Man, listen, I'm gonna go back over there though. It was a good time. It's over. But it was people in the same classroom, came from the same walks of life, but they made a choice to go a different route.
That's
whatever
Trump
you choose to
That's
be woman enough to be man enough to accept.
But I gotta interject this before you finish. That's Trump's fault. Go ahead.
Man, please. I'm gonna be more transparent with you. I can't quote policies from the Republican Party or policies from the Democratic Party. Only thing you can get me to quote on and you get my passion out is about my life. If it don't touch my life and my team, when I say team for 20, my team is Shantae, Taylor, AJ, and Sky, my dog. And then I have a circle. Outside of my team, there's a circle. Outside of that, I'm oblivious. I have no clue. I have checked out. Because
everybody else want to be a part of some group, and every other week is some challenge or some damn group. And even if the shit ain't happened to us because we want to be down, it's like what I hate to say it. I'm gonna share a story with me.
Go ahead, Kwame. I know you're going.
I'm gonna share a story with me and my dark skin experience. I used to hate you light skinned jokers, because I'm just gonna be honest. Where we from? In the age that we grew up in the 80s, dark was last. We had to either be good fighters, we had to do the extra stuff to get a girl to look at our way. Y'all little light-skinned jokers just walk in the room and everybody, he light-skinned. That's what I tell my son, boy, stay out the goddamn sun, boy. You got gold on your skin. What the fuck wrong with you? He getting darker. I don't know what's wrong with him. He light-skinned with green eyes. I said, boy, you got it. So anyway. So I feel like what's going on now is kind of what we did to light-skinned people. Because I was dark and because y'all had it so easy, I would find a way to manipulate your mind and make you feel like you think you better than me, to get you to do certain things and to behave in a certain way that you got to prove to me you like me or you down with me in order for me to fuck with you, because we had a crew that was gonna fuck you up. So either way it go, you go lose. If your light skin ass don't get down, we're gonna lay down. And I see that same mob mentality right now. What's going on in the world? It's like that anger inside of me that didn't resonate and understand that, hey, it's something good in me and my melanin, just like this brother can't decide whether he light skin or not. And Twana, you ain't that red, so I can compete with it. I can compete with a nigga like you. You ain't that red. But it's some red niggas you can't compete with. So what do you think about that? Is that what's going on now? Because I'm telling you, I used to trick the hell out of light-skinned people, get them to fight. Light-skinned girls, I guilt them into liking me, boy. Oh, so you don't like me because I'm black. Like it just, I'm telling you, I know I did it. So I want to talk about it.
I mean, I jump in on this, I'm gonna jump in.
Hey, Rick know what I'm talking about. He dark skinned. He was laughing the whole time. He know.
But Rick can't talk though. Rick can't talk. He got curly hair. Look at my head.
Oh yeah, that nigga head curly though. I got the worst. I'm black.
This stay in place here.
I'm gonna speak on behalf of the. See, when you say light skin, you talking about Al B. Sure. You talking about Prince. It's hard out here for light skinned people like me. I don't have good hair. I'm short. And my hair nappy.
It don't matter. You lighter than me. That's good enough.
But then when Wesley Snipes came out with Blade and then all these chocolate African Mufasa, Boombayah, all these jokes here came out, they didn't want to deal with. We out of style. They tried to say
they put a butt on it. He could be dark skinned, but he better have some
money. Wesley Snipes type deal.
Yeah.
But see,
so you light-skinned niggas can be broke.
See, what you trying to do? You going back into the backbeating session. So let's go on backbeating for a second.
Let's do it.
So at one point in time in my life, I would consider myself a backbeater.
Well, pause that. What? You better consider yourself a backbeater now, because no. Listen, you misconstruing what a backbeater is.
Okay,
it's not somebody that's out here being promiscuous.
Okay.
That's when you were a single man.
Okay.
But let's make no mistake about it. Your woman wants you to backbeat, brother. If you lose sight of what that's still your job.
Well, so let me retract my statement.
Goddamn house. I'm still a backbeater. I'm just retired from all other shit.
I got married because the only thing I knew about marriage was the bedroom was undefined. So that's how I ended up married, because I wanted my bedroom. I want to beat you on top of the freezer, outside on the car. When I tell you to toot it up, damn it, you better toot it up, because your trunk belongs to me. There you go. Yeah, I'm still a backbeater, but back in the day, I used to spread my wings. I'm telling you, there's a couple of them. They know me. I have gotten better in my. I'm 11 years in
divorced, nigga. You ain't got to go in detail. Don't get divorced.
I did a disclaimer with my wife. I'm gonna have to get her something. So I ain't gonna tell everything.
Maybe she wants to keep talking, so you have to go throw it in the bag.
No, but listen, it is no different than when you were raised a certain way. I come from a long line of hoes, and I ain't gonna say their name because they still hoeing. So, it is what it is. I was raised, most men,
brother divorced, him divorced.
A line of women. If it's a line of women, you run down the road and you knock all their ass down. That's what I was told on. All I did was, I ain't gonna run down and knock them all down. I'm gonna walk, whisper something sweet in their ear, and I'm gonna get them one by one.
I heard the story of the young bull and the old bull too, nigga.
I'm just telling you what I was told. I'm not a womanizer. I would like to be able to say anybody who I come in, and I can count on my hand how many times I've had relations. I just got to use my hand multiple times. But it's just like, that's what I was taught. And so here it is now that I have a daughter, and my daughter is very attractive. She's filling out, and I know I got some shit to see again. So I might not be able to get on this platform in 5-6 years because I'm behind bars, because I'm trying to protect my daughter from people like me. And I can accept that. I already know. I told my daughter, I look forward to scaring the shit out of the first boy that come here saying he finna take her somewhere. I'm going to take him in. I already got it played out of my mind. But again, that is my joy, because I've earned that as a father, that my daughter knows if you man enough to ask my daughter for her number, I've been her protector. I am her provider. Give me the respect to say, sir, I would like to take your daughter X. Now, Shantae probably watching. I know Shantae. I know
she ready to whip your ass. She gonna slap the hell out of you.
My wife's slick as hell. So I know I'm slick. So ain't no way in hell that my daughter not gonna be slick. So she probably gonna get by me. But Lord knows if I find out, I'm gonna get everybody. But I'm man enough to say that. Yeah. I know my daughter has to make mistakes in life. I don't expect my daughter to be no nun. I wasn't no nun. Her mama ain't no nun. And you know what I'm saying? So be transparent with yourself. Be real. Your daughter be Queen, to be nun Elizabeth, and you thotting in a bonnet in Walmart, and you come on. Don't put these expectations on your kids.
Nah, at Walmart, at the school too. At the school.
You want your daughter to be the valedictorian, and your ass dropped out in the 6th grade. Get the fuck out of here.
You won the twerk contest in 1995.
The thing I think that you have to do, and I have daughters myself, and like I told Twani before, I'm as raw with them as if I'm sitting there with y'all. That's how I talk to them. You know, my daughter who gave me my first grands, she said, Dad, my God, it was almost like you were the one that was sitting there, because everything that you ever told me that a dude would say, he said to me. She said it was almost like I had to blink my eyes and look around like, oh my God, my dad said he was going to tell me that I was cute. He was going to tell me that everything that I didn't like about myself was fine. Oh, you the prettiest thing walking. And the next thing you know, the panties came on. She was like, Dad, I know you don't want to hear it like that, but it was almost like you were sitting there.
I would have had to walk out the room for a second.
Bruh, I did. Trying to tell you, I had to walk out and come back in.
My classmate went to school with me from Moore Brown. That joker just posted in the comments. Sometimes all it takes is a Star Crunch. Y'all remember Star Crunches?
Yes, sir.
Ain't even all it
was a Star Crunch.
Really happened. Like this motherfucker, like I'm about to piss on myself laughing because he know that it took a Star Crunch.
That's a damn shame.
Yeah.
But you have to do that, but you can't sit there and expect those kids to be the nun, as you say. You know, that they're going to make mistakes, as trying to say, they're going to make mistakes. And those are the things that they have to learn from. You're going to learn some things too, because everything that you thought you taught them, they're going to miss and make those mistakes. I tell all my daughters the same thing. Hey, I was that dude. I was that dude. You know, it didn't take, you know, a whole bunch, but I was that dude. And I need you to understand that I'm telling you this because I've been there. And I need you to understand that this is the way that these things are going to happen. So you may sit there and say, oh, you old and you think you know everything and all that other crap. But when it happens, that's when you get the phone call and you get, hey, I need to talk to you. This is what happened. And I'm like, told you it was going to happen. So that's when you have to make it a teachable moment. Because
it's a large sector of women. They don't understand that there's women that's taking care of dudes now.
Yes.
Because of the fact that we're getting some feedback somewhere. Somebody volume up.
Is it me? I did it.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
So we are going into a crucial time because, like you say, my daughter used to say that same thing. You don't know, every boy ain't like you. And I tell her, like, look, y'all think it's just because a man is Future on a big scale or a rapper. There's people right there in your neighborhood with no job. They got multiple kids by women, and all of these women are doing better than the guy they had a kid by. Or you go have a kid by some dude and you won't let him be around the baby, but all the dudes who doing nothing, that you keeping the dad away, but this guy that's doing nothing get to lay around your kids.
I mean, I truly believe at the end of the day, everybody wants companionship. But when it comes to a union, and this is me, I'm 11 years in. And so, and I'll be very transparent. I'm an open book. My wife don't kill me, but it's okay. I met me and my wife conceived the child prior to us getting married. Because, listen, I can tell you the day I met her. First, let me do this, Kwame. You don't mind, Rick, you don't mind. Anything that I do, my family's involved in anything that I do. My wife,
your wife gonna beat your ass.
My daughter is Taylor and my son is AJ. So anything that I do, my family's involved. So I give kudos to my family. So now that I've done that, let me go back to what I was saying. So listen. And I forgot my thought.
Your wife gonna whip your ass.
But no. Here you go. This
is
what I'm trying to say. Like everybody's story is not gonna be the same. Everybody ultimately wants companionship, but in companionship, there's work. Everybody sees the glitz and glamour of marriage. Oh, I can call him hubby, or I can call him her wifey. We doing family trips. We taking a photo, but they don't understand. Prior to that trip, or even in the car while you taking the trip,
you want to choke her ass out.
You cussing her ass out. You don't understand that you arguing over, well, the child need this. Is you gonna do it? Who gonna cook? You cook this day, I cook that day. Because this ain't 1940 where you got women who just cooking and cleaning, sucking and fucking. We gonna be honest. That ain't the case no more. So you got women who are either above the husband, on the level, or below, and you got husbands that are on vice versa. So your expectation as a man, you can't be expecting your woman to cook and clean and suck and do whatever You ain't got no job. You playing video games all day. You gonna sit there and complain?
Them be the ones that listen. Them be the ones that get the most, cause they gonna sit around and play the video games and wait till she ready. You got a job. You busy. You can only be there for a few hours. She might be constipated.
So, listen, I said it. Tell her who allowing him to lay on the couch, sleep all day, go out, hang out, and then come back and then neglect her. Tell her to shut what they call the fuck up.
You will be surprised how many people have to shut what they call the fuck up. Because a lot of them don't deal with guys like you and me. Me and you are gonna sound like we're aggressive, we're controlling, because there's gonna be things and there's gonna be a way that we're gonna want things, and we're gonna give that same respect, but we're gonna want some respect in return. And a lot of these women, anything that you say, some of them, not all, feel like you're controlling them. And that's the worst disease that you'll put onto somebody, is making them feel like they're being controlled. And then the effects of that is they'll go out there and say that they're in control of every situation, but the things that they're doing in those situations that they say they're in control of, man, it's a man out there benefiting off all that way of thinking, boy. I know some of them that they used to have boyfriends, they used to have whatever else, and I didn't used to call them until I get to the town. It'd be 6 months before I get there. And when I get there, they treat me like they love me.
And let me dispel this myth, Kwame. You give me 2 seconds. If you have a woman that for whatever reason she has achieved success, and financially she manages the household, doesn't mean that the man is not bringing income to the house. Right. But financially, she's the head.
That nigga in trouble.
That as a man,
he in trouble.
You out of your feelings if that woman come home and expect you to have something cooked. You done been home and she out there getting it. If you got a wife that worked 2-3 jobs and you work the one job and she's the breadwinner, learn how to get your motherfucking ass in the kitchen.
Oh, I don't got down. If she out there doing that, I'm cutting the grass. I'm pressure washing the house. I'm cooking. Fuck all that strong shit.
Get so caught up in being a man that you can't be a helpmate because
but 20, that's them being a boy. Because a man have different values that they can bring. Just because your woman could be a doctor, she could be a bad motherfucker, and that's cool. You can't be a doctor, but that doesn't mean that you're not valuable. Shit, she can't pressure wash this house. She can't do all this shit I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make her understand that my value is so important that she's gonna be like, God damn, I don't even know the way this house works without this nigga. You know what I mean? And that's what being a man is. It ain't about your money. If it was about your money, she wouldn't be sleeping with the nigga that you don't know that ain't got shit.
And if you take time to learn a woman, some of you jokers with erectile dysfunction, it ain't really about.
Just hug her 3 times a day.
Man, hug her. You come home, you done cleaned the house, you done laid out, you rub all on her. She done came 3-4 times before you even stuck your little pecker in her. Do a little intimacy. Learn the word intimacy. Take your time with your woman. I'm talking to myself. I can do a little better. I'm learning. But if my wife tell me, nigga, if you ride this bicycle with me, if you ride this car with me for about an hour, I'm gonna give you some special attention. Guess what the fuck I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go try to buy a car. I'm gonna do whatever I gotta do to get that special attention. In and out. That's the ultimate goal for a man. We are simple beings. Men are simple. And you know, for a woman, your woman tells you what she needs from you if you take the time to listen. And I'm talking to
that from the club, though. You can't
do that from the club. Yeah, and you listen to her through her cussing your ass out. She telling you what she wants from you. Different women communicate different ways. I don't respond unless you cuss me out. You can't talk soft to me because that's not what I come from.
So you used to women beating your ass. So your grandma used to cuss your ass out there.
Listen, I get divorced on the hour because I do dumb shit. Like I already acknowledged that. I'm retarded. I do some shit and start an argument just because I'm bored. And I know how to pick up. I don't give a damn.
So it sounds like you enjoy dysfunction.
You do. But Kwame, give me a couple seconds. It goes back to what the comment that you made, being a boy versus being a man. you know, and Twani, just to take some tad bits from you, listening to, you know, that woman will tell you how to treat her. You know, I'm like Twani, and that's why I guess me and him get along so good. I do some dumb shit sometimes, you know, and I think you've seen some posts where I tell you shit. I done slept in the goddamn guest room. I done slept in my mother-in-law's room. My wife done bought boxes for me to get the hell out the house, all kind of shit, because I was just being an asshole. But for the most part, anybody will tell you I love the fucking ground she walks on, and it is what it is. My wife don't know what it is to take the trash out. My wife don't know what it is to cut a goddamn yard. She don't know what it is to do a hedge outside. She don't know what it is to wash her own goddamn car by hand. You know, those are the things that you do as a man. And I'm the cook in the house, period. I like to cook, so shit, my wife don't have to really cook. You know, she can bake her ass off, but I do the whole bunch of cooking. But then there's the boy. The boy is the one that's there, laying up playing the video games, fucking wearing the pants down halfway off his ass with crusty drawers and all that other shit. Those are the ones that the men have to fight. You're not fighting that woman, you fighting that boy. You know, yeah, you can be mad with her or whatever, but that boy is the one that's setting those other examples that the men have to fight against. And at some point in time, you know, the women folk have to say, hey, that shit is not acceptable. You know, the coming in, putting your hands on, you know, putting your hands on the goddamn woman and all this other crazy ass shit. Those things are not acceptable. So at some point in time, we on both sides, we have to take responsibility. I think the whole thing is responsibility as far as what's to be accepted and what's not to be accepted.
Yeah, go ahead.
Trying to get your ass whipped too.
You gonna get your ass whipped, Tony.
I'm already expecting to sleep on the couch. I already done set it up tonight. It's all good. My phone died, so I'm trying to get my phone up because I got Kwame. I got a lot of people going to your page to subscribe through my Facebook Live. So my phone died, so I'm trying to get it back up now. So I had some comments, so hopefully I can get that back up in a second. But y'all keep going.
Well, here's where I differ from you guys in some sense, because as a man, I don't beat myself up over things and the mistakes that I make because I understand that I'm just a man. And so what I've learned in that, being able to talk to a woman that I can be truthful with, a lot of times, some women want to win arguments by being emotional. But if you could be truthful, then both of y'all. What happened?
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Oh, no. I said if you're going to be truthful, then both of men and women are going to make mistakes. We just highlight it when it's a man and make it a bigger thing, like he destroyed everything. Like take DJ Envy, for example. When he cheated on his wife, he had to go around and he got beat up on The View. He had to sit there and let a bunch of women berate him and all this stuff. And it's like an embarrassing situation. But when Will Smith's wife cheated and slept with a dude that she claimed she was helping her on drugs, she was able to call it an entanglement. She was able to make bullshit sound elegant. Yes. She literally fucked another man and sat across from her husband and told him that, and he had to sit there and be elegant. He had to sit there and still be a man. So this thing, what being a man is, in my opinion, is always being accountable for your reaction and your actions. Because I know some women that if you would have said the bullshit that Jada said, they would have had a shotgun, they would have had a 38 revolver or some hot grits ready for his ass, talking about you had a damn entanglement. But we have gotten so lost as a society, in my opinion, that we allow bullshit just because it's coming from a certain group, as we're afraid to address it head on. And I'm here to tell you, if you have children, I had a situation with my son and my daughter. My son did something wrong and my daughters did something wrong. My son is in the comfort of his own home. He's playing Fortnite. He don't want to be bothered when he's playing Fortnite. He obsessed over this fucking game. But he has a right to be in his own space at his own house. So my daughter is filming him, sticking her camera all in his face and showing her friends, because her friends think he's attractive because he light skinned with green eyes. I tell you, niggas don't got to work like that. So my son, instead of him coming to get me and letting me know what was going on, he slapped the phone out of hand. And because he asked her, he said, look, stop putting me on your camera. I just want to play my game. I don't want to be on your camera. But instead of him saying, okay, I'm going to pause this game, because Fortnite don't have a pause button. That's why some of these kids are so impatient. They don't got time to stop this damn game because it ain't no pause. It's going to ruin their life when you ask them a question. So he slapped the damn phone out my daughter's hand, and my daughter punches him in the chest 2 times, tried to punch him in the face. So now he like, whoa, 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 he grab her, and then I hear the whole commotion, and I come in, and as a father, I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. As a young man, you ain't never supposed to, that ain't how you react. You ain't gonna slap no phone out of hand. You ain't no law and order around here. You come get me. But also, as a father, if you're a young lady, I'm doing a disservice to you if I made you believe that your position in life was to go to fisticuffs with a young man, especially your brother. So I'm very interested to get you guys' perspective on behavior, because I don't look at gender and all these different things. I think that's a way to control people. I think my daughter's behavior in a lot of situations will get her seriously hurt, because you can't ask somebody to take you assaulting them just because they asked you 2 or 3 times not to get your phone out the way. Even though I got on my son's ass and I told him, next time you touch a phone, I'm gonna fuck you up. But I told my daughter, hey, next time you think that it's fisticuffs in a situation with him, I'm gonna buy you some headgear and I'm gonna get you some boxing gloves, and that you see the difference between a man and a boy. A boy and a girl. And I'm gonna let y'all go downstairs in the basement, and I'm gonna let y'all duke it out if that's what you're invoking. Because to me, what you did was wrong and what he did was wrong. And I think society got away from that message. We used to tell young men that there's no way possible for you to hit a woman. And we used to tell young girls that if you are a lady, that's not what you do. But now somehow we've gotten away from that. And now we have a spoiled child that thinks that they can do whatever. And you have this other boy who's trying to show restraint. How much of that is playing a part in some of this violence out here on the street?
I would say a lot. It's a hefty percentage because, you know, Twan will tell you, Kwame, because we're similar ages or whatever, I'm an open book as well. I grew up in a household where there was violence. But the crazy shit about my household was that shit, my mom was from the streets, bro. So she swung just like my dad swung. You know, so that's what I saw for as far as back as I can remember. But I had a grandmother, my nana, she was the one that came to me. I would go and cry on her lap all the time. Like, you know, why is mom doing that? Why is dad doing that? And I mean, it got to the point where it was very violent. It was very physical. It was bloodshed and all that. And my grandmother at that point, she tried to explain it to me or whatever. And the thing was, just promise me that you'll never put your hands on a woman. So at that point, I made that promise. And I had to understand. I had to get educated. I got educated in the streets. I got educated by books. I got educated by being able to talk to some elders about physical abuse in the household with a woman and a man. And I think the only thing that we can do is continue to keep trying to teach these things to our daughters and our sons. You know, we speak on our daughters.
Let me interject real quick. Why do you feel like we gloss over? Because a lot of fathers don't do what I did. I stopped my daughter and let her know that there was also a behavior that you did was wrong. We somehow drill it into our son's head like a drill sergeant that you are more powerful than this woman. You can't hit this woman. While we tell the girls the total opposite. We tell them you are equal. You are just as strong as this man. And so I think it's causing hey there. I think it's causing some controversy. So what do you say to not being able to call it down the middle that the behavior of some young girls are also wrong?
A learned behavior. As you call it, you know, behavior. It's a learned behavior on on both sides. You have some that believe that the woman is just as strong as a man, and they teach that. And I'm be frank and honest with you. I'm one who teaches that. You know, you're just as strong as any man. I don't know. You know,
do you have limitations on that for as sports and physicality, or do you just say it across the board? Because I think that's dangerous to say that.
On a physical note, we know most men are stronger than most women.
Right.
On a mental side, I see what you're saying now.
Yeah, I'm just saying from a physical standpoint, because I didn't want to give my daughter the impression that you could be able to ask a man to be assaulted and not react. Sometimes men go to jail just for saying, hey, stop hitting me, and grabbing a woman. So my thing is, in my household, I tell my daughters the same thing that I tell my son. You are not a man if you hit a woman and you're hitting a woman. And for a woman who does that and bring violence to the situation, to me, I think she's a troublemaker and a narcissist, because you know what that's going to do to this man's life. For him having to even restrain you can get him in a lot of trouble. So if you're initiating the physical contact, because again, I deal in behavior. I don't deal in gender and all this other stuff. The behavior of the person. If you want to be peaceful, then that should be the through line. You shouldn't address somebody violently and then be able to turn into the victim.
No, I understand I totally understand what you're saying. And you're correct.
You got to unmute your mic.
And you're correct in what you're saying. Kwame.
I'm listening.
Yeah, you're correct. You're correct in what you're saying, Kwame. It's not right. Now that's something that I do preach. You can't just go and be violent and then all of a sudden when someone shows up of authority, oh, he did this, he did that. That's not right. Yeah.
And so that's why, you know, my thing is I try to find a way to think about why things are happening the way that they are. And like Tony said earlier in the conversation, that there's a reason why certain things happen. And the fact of the matter is, we don't ask if all boys are being trained that we're stronger and we're more physical than women, then why haven't we gone down the rabbit hole of finding out why some of them hit women?
Well, I mean, I would respond to say that we have to accept the fact that sometimes in certain situations, even physically, that some women are stronger than men. So I mean, I'm gonna go out on a limb, Kwame. I know you're gonna disagree.
No, I'm asking for clarification. Well, you're talking about in a physical, like you would let your daughter be in the UFC with men?
No, but again, me versus Cyborg in the UFC, she might be stronger than me.
But we're not talking about the best of women against the not to say you're the worst of man, but we're not talking about. Listen, but notice how you have to have the extreme Cyborg, a woman that is a freak of nature against somebody who is not.
Nunez is not bad.
Yeah, but Nunez is also a freak of nature. So why do we have to go to the extreme just to make the norm of what we're saying hold true? We're talking about the average backpacker, the average child, same age, male, female. I would not feel comfortable telling my daughter that you're less than him. I don't even tell my daughter that. I say I keep her in the realm of women. I don't understand why we're crossing the lines. You should be wanting to be the best Michelle Obama version of that. If that's the best women, just like I grew up loving Jack Johnson and Muhammad Ali. That's because I'm a man and I can identify with them. A young girl should find a woman to identify as that's strong and that's tenacious and all these things, opposed to saying, I'm going to fight this fight over here because I want to be like or better than a man. I don't think we're designed by nature for that to even make any sense.
So my response to you was, I don't agree 100%, but I don't totally disagree, because even if we use the example of Michelle Obama, how many of us know that Michelle Obama does kickboxing and she does boxing? So although physically she may not be stronger than a man, but in a fight with somebody who does not have her skills and her techniques, she would win that battle if we took it to physical. So for me as a parent, I try to avoid all boxes to put either of my kids in. I don't want to put my son in a box that you're so physically strong that you can dominate everybody, which minimizes your sensitivity. And I don't want to put my daughter in a box to where you have to be, so soft and nurturing. I don't want to use soft. Let me use nurturing. I don't want you to be so nurturing to when you're put in a situation when daddy's not there and your husband is not there, that you can't defend your house. So I don't believe in boxes at all. So what I teach my daughter is it doesn't matter of what arena that you're in, whether you have to be nurturing, whether you have to be physical, you can excel in all of them. So I don't believe in boxes at all. So the way I teach my daughter, if you're going to fight one person or if you're going to fight 6 people, you prepare yourself for that fight. If you go, and that's just my truth. Because at the end of the day, a dude that's 5'7" in a small stature, perception is I'm going to lose a battle versus somebody who's bigger and stronger than me. But that's not necessarily the case. I'm not going to get close to somebody who's 7 foot 32 inches as a Kwame, because his reach, he can hit me from a reach. But if I can get your legs and bring your ass down to my size, and I get me and you on our back, I have a fighting chance to get you. But so it depends.
But the difference is what you said is a dude. You said you are a dude, and if you had to fight another dude,
even a female. So it just depends.
No, my thing is this: anytime my daughter think that she has to get physical with a man, I think I haven't done my job. I want her under no circumstance other than she's guarding her children and she's guarding her most prized possession, that it's time to fight a man. I think any other time that you can de-escalate and that you can call the cops and you can walk away, I think you take that option. And I think it's some of the rhetoric that we are telling these young girls are making them make bad decisions. And then when you see the outcome of what happens when a young boy gets angry, because a lot of antagonizing is what's going on now. We're antagonizing young males, we're antagonizing cops, but we're not watching the result of what's happening after you do that. It's okay for you to tell your daughter you're strong and you girls rock and all this stuff. What are you going to do when faced with this young boy that's saying, hold on, I want respect too? We got to understand that these little boys want respect as well. We can't big up our daughters by belittling our sons. And I think TD Jake said that same thing. It doesn't have to be the putting down a digression of a man in order to uplift women. I'm saying we should have a healthy respect, that we get back to respect and understand what it is a man does and what his job is. If you're going to designate this thing as a protector, and that's what he does, you can't now and go back and say, well, I can whip the protector's ass. And my protector is not whipping my ass, but I'm going to assault the protector and then expect him to not do what he's designed to do. I think we have to get back to a message of fair and down the middle. Men should not hit women and women should not hit men, because a lot of times people are looking away at behavior. They're looking away when a woman throws 6, 7 jabs at a man who's trying to walk away, and then he turns and goes, shit, stop. And then now everybody's mad at this man. There's too many people losing their careers. There's situations over trying to negotiate this line that we've created, that a woman feels like she's in this space to where she has to attack every situation. And as a man, I just want to bring calm to a woman. I want to bring peace to a woman. I don't want you to aggress me. That's a battle you can't. Aggression. Can you outsmart me? Can you let me go to sleep and pour hot ass grits on me? Absolutely. So I don't want it with you, just like you shouldn't want it with me. So we have to get back to this healthy level of respect for each other, because a child could hurt or kill somebody. So I'm not saying it like that. I'm just saying that, to me, when your daughter physically assaults a woman, a man, that, to me, somewhere along the lines of training got lost.
Right. And so what I would say to my daughter, when you make the decision to be the aggressor, you have to accept the consequences of being the aggressor. So
they punching and going, I'm a woman.
No. You're gonna be the aggressor, and for every action, there's always a reaction.
Right.
And just for me, I don't believe we always wanted to define a man's role versus a woman's role, and I think it's different for every household. And so at one point in time, everything was defined. This is what the man's role was. This is what the woman's role was. But a lot of that has changed. So
and a lot of that has fucked a lot of shit up.
Right. And so, and I don't disagree with you, but in a union within your household, you have to define what your roles are. So, when it comes to a man and a woman physicality, you really can't define that, because it is what it is. By nature, a man is typically stronger than a woman. That is what it is. But what you do as a woman to train yourself, or what you do as a man to train yourself, you could change that. You could be the extremist, or you could be whatever. I'm just not of the mindset that I don't believe in boxes, because I don't want to put them in a box. I believe in accepting your role based off of your team. So whatever your role is within your team, excel at it. If you're the protector, be the protector and stay in that role. If you're the if you're the nurturer, be the nurturer and stay in that role. If you step outside of that without communicating to your partner, be willing to accept the consequences of your actions. And so if you as a man, your woman trained in jiu-jitsu, and you go and she beat your ass, don't call the police because you got your ass beat. You accept that ass whooping and go on about and vice versa. And
women say hit a man. We on YouTube, we don't promote violence.
Yeah, I'm not promoting nobody.
Men or women, we do not promote violence. We don't want men to hit women or women to hit men.
Except all I'm promoting is being accountable for your actions. Whatever your actions are, given the situation within your team, and team, I've already defined what team is. Be accountable for your actions. That's my response to you. As it relates to my children and how my children are reared, there are no definitions. It's based off of, because I'm gonna tell my son to marry the woman who make the money. I'm gonna tell my daughter to marry the man who make the money, because I want them at my house and away from me. So I'm gonna promote that. You can agree or you can disagree with it. I'm not saying they will be happy. All I know is they don't have to call me. That's what I'm saying. Everybody tell me that. Everybody tell me you need.
Hey, can we toast real quick?
Yeah, I'm ready. I've been toasting to you all night.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, I'm keep toasting. And so with that being said, let's talk about self, because I've said a lot of things about me. So at the end of the day, we've talked about communication, we've talked about aggression versus passion, we talked about family, going against family norm, we've talked about community principles, we talked about leadership. So now let's look in the mirror. And Antoine Walker, Richard Massey, Kwame Brown. Let's talk about self.
Why you ain't say my name?
No, that ain't your real name. I want your government name. G-U-B, government. I want that name. Government. Yeah, give me that name. Yeah. I ain't gonna tell them your middle name, because then they might find your social security number.
Shit. I'm glad I ain't got one.
So I pose a question to you. What does it mean for you when I say the words financial stability versus peace? Yeah, I done started some shit now. Yeah. What you gonna do?
Financial stability, peace.
Versus peace.
Well, I would want to have both, but a lot of times the first word that comes in my mind, I guess, is compromise. Because most times in order to have financial stability, you have to compromise something. And so as Americans and as people that's in this world today, we have to find a way to go against this machine that's trying to stop that opposite thought. Look at we have to go against.
That's a KwameHBrown response. That's not Kwame Low.
Yeah.
No. I'm being honest. I really think that Kwame Low, the whole reason of Kwame Low and who I am is because I'm not going to allow you to make me compromise. I will go take a job that you might think is less than me because I'm so-and-so in order to be free to say and do what I want. And I think a lot of times in people in America, they're not willing to compromise. They're not willing to compromise their job, their security, their safety in the neighborhoods that they live in because status and everything means so much to them. And me, I'm willing to compromise to be able to, having no money and coming up the way I grew up, there's some peace in that. It wasn't all bad growing up in the hood. There's pockets of peace because people in the hood can say whatever the fuck they want. They're free to flow in and out of every genre and every situation they want. And you don't know you lose that until you become something. And a lot of these people who are famous, they can tell you, a lot of these people who are supporting black conservatives and people who are saying things, they really wish they could say those things. So it demonizes the person who's saying it because a bunch of white people will go flood this person's account and go, yeah, I'm with him. And they're not doing that because they're racist. They're doing that because the time and the area that we live in and the space that we live in today is making people have to attach themselves to a group or to a certain group that can say things that they themselves can't say. And so we got to get out of this. That's why I want people like yourself, people like Rick on there, everyday people to come on and say things, because if you don't, you might not think it affects you. You might think it just affects that celebrity because the reason why they say it is because they have a big platform. But eventually we should all want a big platform. If we're going to do something, we want to be the best at it. So you're telling me just because of growth, that's like welfare. Just because of growth, just because I move up, you're going to be able to control what I say. And I can't say a certain thing because I'm big now. But if I'm down here, I can say whatever, I can do whatever. And we just got to wake up to the ideal and the fact that we're being controlled. We're being force-fed a narrative that if you're at the bottom or you're in the hood, that somehow you're realer than somebody who's not, especially as a black person. That's causing a lot of animosity because in our community that we'll respect white people with money. We'll respect white people with a Mercedes. But as soon as you get it, if you don't say what I'm saying, then now somehow you don't identify with my struggle. Somehow you ain't down. That's the biggest poison in our community than anything.
So let me ask you this, because I baited you because I wanted us to bring out this question that I asked you a long time ago that you finally answered for me. So we're talking about this is a combination of all the stuff that we talked about, Rick. I want you to chime in on this too. Young man versus man, financial stability versus peace. So when somebody like let's just break it down to community. Within your communities, you have known people within your community. Within our community, everybody knows Kwame Brown for what he did on the basketball court. Everybody knows Richard Massey for when he played at Brunswick High and he went on to college and played football. I played football. I played sports. So within the community, I've been an advocate. So everybody knows Antoine Walker. So as a man, when you're struggling with financial stability versus peace, and I'm gonna go back to me, and I'm gonna use me as an example. When you came in Benny's Red Barn, and I waited on you, and I served you after going to college, having a college degree, and you in Benny's Red Barn. Shout out to Benny's Red Barn. That was my first job. Go get you some seafood. But this is not about Benny's Red Barn. When you saw me in my station, Rick, you know where I'm going. When you saw me in my station,
I hate you right now.
You had an opinion. You had an opinion of me as a man about what I was doing as far as financial stability versus peace. So how do we get young men to understand that financial stability versus peace necessarily means you got to learn how to crawl before you walk. You have to be willing to accept minimum wage versus trapping to get the fast money to take it home for material. You got to be, as a man, you got to be able to balance what you want versus what your family's needs. So I say all that to say
I had to sip to that because I know where you was going, and I'm ready for you.
Let me finish.
I'm ready for you.
Yeah, so I was a waiter. My first job was at 13 at Benny's Red Barn. I went off to college. I came back home. There were some things that I wanted from my family, but again, I needed extra income. You're only going to make so much in your community, whatever. So I was a waiter at Benny's Red Barn, and I always waited on Kwame when he came in there to the restaurant. So Kwame saw me, and in Benny's Red Barn, those of you who went there, we sing, you know, and the whole setting, the atmosphere of Benny's Red Barn is set back in the olden days. You wear the white jackets. It puts you in the mind of slavery days, and you working for master, and you doing all of this. And
I wanted to burn down the fucking building.
I'm setting the stage good, boy. I'm setting the stage for you. So as a man, I went back to Benny's Red Barn with a college degree. I had a bachelor's and a master's. Whatever that means to you, means nothing to me. But for my family, I needed extra income. And I waited on Kwame. And I came and I sung to Kwame. And I later asked Kwame, what is his opinion of me as a man trying to provide financial stability to my family and bring peace to myself? So as a man, how do we get men to go back to doing it? Because it's one thing to be a protector and being a provider. It's another thing to be willing to accept something that's less of you to be a protector and be a provider. So how do we get men to minimize themselves and put their cause for their family ahead, regardless? Because for me, and I'm gonna shut up and I'm gonna let y'all respond. For me, if it's working fast food at McDonald's, if it's going back to Benny's Red Barn right now, if it's door dashing, if it's work, whatever job I need to do to put my family in a position to where we're accustomed to what we're accustomed to as a man. You can't promote this man stuff and poke out your chest if you're not willing to lose the battle to win the war.
Yeah.
So how do you get more men to accept losing the battle to win the war and put their egos to the side and be men? So Kwame, let me hear you. I want to hear what you got to say.
First of all, I hate you. Secondly, I just think at first, like I say, you got to always respect someone's grind because you never know where someone comes from. And the fact that I knew where you came from and I knew where I came from, but just being in a different space and hearing the rhetoric, I looked at that as a sellout. I looked at that like, man, I hate this dude. This motherfucker, he tripping. Like, but I didn't understand at that time how much strength it took to do that because remember, I grew up seeing bad examples. I saw men who took the fast track, the easy way out, and although it looked better, and a lot of that has to do with our culture. A lot of that, it's looked at as lame to do what you did. You ain't getting no girls to do what you did. And that's why I might sound like I'm hard on women, but if women big up a guy like you, opposed to the drug dealer, opposed to somebody who's being a knucklehead, then everybody would want to do the story of Antoine Walker. But because it's frowned upon if you ain't a baller or if you ain't this, if you ain't that, then that put me in a mindset of, man, like this dude tripping. So I would always say, man, you ain't got to sing, you ain't got to do that. But my mindset now, I'm like, dude, this dude is the epitome of strength. This is who I want my son to understand to be. If you're faced with a choice to go left or right, and although this road looks better in the beginning, at the end of that road is going to be death. At the end of this road is going to, you're going to have a good couple of years. And I think with the internet and with so much bigging up bad behavior, a lot of people choose going left because it looks better in the beginning to go left. Your road look dark and gloomy, and a woman would leave you at that point while you're building yourself. And so she's out. She's messing with a guy that already luckily became me. So it seems like going your route is not going to be a successful outcome. So that's why I say all the time, it's so important for me to get a guy like you on to show these young boys that even whatever you want to be, rapper, whatever, sometimes you got to take less and not hate and not get upset at nobody else. Because although me and you could have bumped heads, I could have looked at you when you asked me that. I could have been honest with you at that time with that young mindset and said what I said. And then you could have said, well, fuck you, I ain't gonna never talk to him again. Who do you think he is? But both of us had enough discernment. I'm not trying to disrespect you. I'm not trying to stop nobody's earn. And that's why I was able to promote Marcus, even when we didn't see eye to eye on a lot of things. I'm able to, where I come from, and people forget, we try to stop other people's earn because we don't agree with them. And that to me is an emotional trait, especially in a man. You don't stop nobody's earn because they don't agree with you. So regardless of whether me and this brother agree with something, his family. So I'm going to promote his book. I'm going to do whatever I got to do because he didn't kill nobody in my family. He didn't take nothing from me. I'm not emotional to the point where I don't have the look at me show. I like to talk to people who are logical and who are reasonable, who can give different objective opinions, but everything I say is not right. So I don't have it to where if you say something that I don't agree with, I got to throw you off to the wayside. It's like, no, I'm going to build upon everything I hear because there's a through line in everything one of us has said tonight. And that's what I go off of.
And I agree 100%. And that's why, you know, just like I told you, we started out, you know, with a friendship, you know, and I don't have a problem giving credit where credit is due. You know, your child's mother, Joy was the one who brought us together, and, you know, and we took off from there, you know, and, you know, regardless of whatever the situation is, it is what it is, but it took off from there. And iron always is going to sharpen iron. And it was important for me to ask you that question, not necessarily for me, because again, it's my fascination with your story. And there are so many similar stories that are out there who don't have that tangible example, you know. I think at the time when you saw me, and you even acknowledged this, you were in a different place than me,
right?
So it was easy for you to feel that way. And I don't even want to use the word.
Guess what? Hold on, not to cut you off. It was easier. It was easier for me to forget because not too long ago, when I was 14 years old, just think about it. All my brothers went to prison at 14. When I was 14 years old, they went to prison. I had to lie on my, you know, at 14, you can't work but so many hours. I had to lie and say I was 15 so I can get a certain amount of hours. You know what I mean? So I was working at this company, Mitchell's Construction. So that time, my mom was on welfare. She was used to a certain way of living with my brothers helping out. Now all of that is gone. She's in a worse situation. She has more bills. She has dudes coming around trying to help out. And you already know what that's about. So, and in that scenario, I could have, you know, tried to be like my brothers. I could have tried to sell drugs. I could have did whatever, but I chose to never leave. I chose to say, it's not about my ego. It's not about the way I look. It's about bringing something to the table and not leaving, because in my absence, there's going to be a series of things that's out of my control that's going to be worse than if I ball for a second and then leave them, and now I'm a burden to them. Because that's what happens. A lot of times these dudes that we praise in our hoods, they're burdens to a lot of women and a lot of their children.
And see, I think that brings it all full circle, because at the end of the day, life is about choices. You made a choice to start working at an early age. And I've oftentimes heard you, there was nobody out there in Inez Williams Park shooting free throws with you when the street light went off, you perfecting your craft. There was nobody with me when I'm sitting there trying to recite this menu to perfect my craft so that I can make more money to bring home. So at the end of the day, everybody's hustle is different, but the end result is you have a choice and you have options. So when we go back to this young men debate, as a young man, I don't care what your mud is. I don't care what your birthright, what you came into. That means nothing to me, because I mean I've experienced that as well. What you choose to do as a young man and the mindset that you take as a young man determines the type of man and your trajectory that you're going to be as a man, and you have choices. Yeah. Don't use the crutch of what you didn't have. Use what you have and make a projection of what you want to be. If you are lacking something as a man, there is somebody that's out there that can fill that void. And again, I'm not promoting anything. For me, I don't consider myself raised non-traditional. My tradition was my tradition. That is my truth. That is my story. A lot of people don't know my story, so you can't relate to how I come at you. So again, I don't believe in excuses. We all know what excuses are. They're tools of the incompetent. They build bridges to nowhere. Everybody knows that. I just showed it to you. I just told you. So again, it doesn't matter what route you go. You can end up being the #1 draft pick out of Brunswick, Georgia, and go get picked by one of the greatest players in the NBA. That could be your story. Or you can end up being a guy who is now in federal law enforcement that didn't learn how to shoot a gun until he was 20 years old. Or you can be a guy who's from Brunswick, who came from a non-traditional home, whose mother was out there in the streets, but you still fought through and you persevered, and now you're the head of your family. Every story has value. It's the choice that you make to make it your own. So Kwame's story is not bigger than mine or it's not smaller than mine. It depends on the audience and what you value. Rick's story is not bigger than mine or smaller than mine. It depends on what you value as a person. It's needs versus want. For me, it's all about changing generational curses, the dynamics. And I'll be honest with you. Family is a sensitive subject with me. And, you know, when I talk about my family, I'm usually the one that speaks at the funerals. I'm usually the one they think because I'm cussing that I'm mad at them. I'm not mad at them. I'm just passionate about family because it's important to me. So when you talk about family to me, there are a lot of my family members that started with me that ain't gonna finish with me. It's not because I dislike you. It's because I'm in a different place. I'm now at the age.
Boy, you preaching now, boy.
I'm giving the energy to people who give the energy to me.
Right.
You could have been that person that was with me left and right, and I could have molded myself after you. But now your season is up. It's not that I don't love you. I'm just in a different place. I'm going to always answer the call if you need me. But in my opinion, as a young man transitioning to a man, I know that at the head right now, if it's not about my team and my circle, you can't get my energy.
It's counterproductive.
You can no longer get my energy. I used to be that person who was a people pleaser while I neglected my team. I'm no longer that person. My team is going to get my attention first. And my team is my wife and my children and my dog. Everybody else in that circle, you get what's left of me. And in the past, and I almost lost my family because I had the roles reversed. Because I thought that people pleasing is what got me to where I needed to be. I would go out and try to change the world and go home and lay next to my wife and she'd be mad at me. And I never understood it. But for me, I'm a processor. So again, it takes you to get to a point, and I'm at peace right now. This is the most peace I've had in a long time because I'm awake and I'm focusing on what God tells me I should focus on. And that's just what it's gonna be. I'm not perfect in my fight. I don't do anything perfect. I fall short every day. I get divorced every day. She probably writing the lawyer right now, but it's okay. I live to fight another day. So I think as a man, when you grow a set and you step outside of what you've been told and you get your own information and you make your own decision for yourself, I think at the end of the day, that little hyphen in between the day you were born and the day you die, that's how you achieve peace.
Hey, Rick, what you got to say about that?
No, that's good. You know, I go back to your Red Barn days too. You know, when I got the call to come over there to see you, the first thing I thought was, bro, it's grinding. You know how I am. You know how I think. You know, it ain't about, you know, status quo or, you know, what you're doing. For me, it's always been about my team and my circle. I don't give, and Kwame will tell you, Kwame, I don't give you 2 cents of my energy if you ain't in there. Like when I first met you, you know, as a kid, I mean, you probably don't remember McIntyre Court basketball court. Meeting you as a kid, I was like, man, not just thinking about the basketball aspect of it, just thinking about you as a young man, the way you carried yourself. And I'm not saying because we're on this little deal. I'm just saying what I got from you in a 5-minute conversation of, hey, what's going on, young man? You know, proud of you, da-da-da-da-da. And you to be respectful and say, thank you, sir. That right there. Don't matter where you come from, but to say, thank you, sir, I appreciate that. And you went on about your business, said some more things to you. And it was, for me, it was gravy at that point. But going back to, you know, the whole energy and thinking about where you're coming from. You know, I come from just like everybody else. It was a little rough for me, you know, being the way that I came up, and I saw certain things. You know, you learn certain things, certain aspects from certain people. As much as I hated my dad's guts, and I use hated because that's what it was back then, because I didn't understand because I was a boy. But I picked up on something from him, which was his work aspect. My dad worked like a dog, whether it was at Hercules or cutting grass on Jacob, he worked like a dog. So I understood what work meant. He always preached, if you don't work, you can't get this, you can't get that. Now, what he fell short at was the whole family aspect, because Kwame will tell you, my dad wasn't that one that would tell you, I love you, hug you, kiss you, all that other mess. My dad hugged me for the first time and said, I love you at the age of 38.
Damn.
And I broke down like a baby at the age of 38. And that happened in El Paso, Texas. He came out there to see me at some point in time, and that's when that happened. But I learned to work from him. I learned to work from my mother, who worked 2 and 3 jobs before she became, you know, a person of the streets and doing her thing or whatever. Everybody knows that. There ain't no hidden secret. You know, I'm happy where she is today. But I learned to work. And when it comes to that, it's like, my team is first and foremost. I always preach this to Twine. My team is first and foremost. If it ain't about my team, I ain't got time for it. I had to take a job, first job out of college, believe it or not, was Church's Fried Chicken. I thought, what the hell am I doing with a degree and working at Church's Fried Chicken? Because I had to make some money. I had kids that I had to support and all that other stuff. You know, later on down the road, I get married. Company closes down, job's gone, got to find another job. I'm out of work for 2 months, and I get a job at Racetrack as, you know, shift manager at night, you know, work your way on up and all that. But I had a couple of people coming in, and they had that look, Twine, like you were talking about with Kwame. They walked in and they saw me come out the back, and it was like, oh, hey, Rick, what's up?
Right.
You know, yeah, Racetrack.
Yeah.
At that point, it didn't bother me, because in my mind, I had to make some ends meet on my end as a man. Because you all know what my wife does, and she's damn good at it, been in it for over 20 years. But as a man, I had to put something on the table. And to sit at home and play a video game or to sit at home and do nothing or whatever, that just wasn't it. You got it. I don't even know how to. You have to think about, if you have a family, you have to think about them first and foremost. And if you can't do that, if you can't leave the boy and become the man and do what you need to do as the man, then I don't know what to say for you. I don't know how to preach that to you. I try to give back as much as I can to anybody that I can give to. And Twana will tell you I'm passionate about everything I do, whether it be my family first and foremost, my immediate family, fraternity, and my circle. I'm passionate about it. Some people may take that passion for a little bit of aggression, but that's just me. But you have to, as a man, figure out what you want to do. You have to have that path, you know, and sometimes it takes to sit back and reflect, which we all have to do at some point in time. Or should I do it right now? You have to reflect on what it is that you want, whether it be the whole financial gain or the whole peaceful gain. And as you said, Kwame, it's a compromise, which I truly believe it is a compromise, because I'm at a point in my life where I just worry about having my house and things that I want at my house. I don't worry about being able to go to the club or have the nicest cars and all the other stuff. My family is comfortable and they're fed, they have a roof over their head and clothes on their back. And that's that.
So is that MC over here till the sunrise?
Oh, that's Reverend J.E. Williams' son. You better come
what's up, MC?
Come with a word.
That's why I jumped. Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, cool. That's why I jumped on. I seen Kwame on, and I want to say I'm glad I see y'all on here. First of all, and you know, Kwame, I'm proud of you. Twan, it's good to see you. And Rick Massey, I only know you by name, but it's good to see you because
same here, brother. When
I was growing up in high school, I never met you, but I always heard your name, Rick Massey. You went to Brother Kai. You know what I'm saying? Yep. Kwame and Twan, they went to church with us. I know Twan did, and Kwame did too. But I remember a story. If Kwame remembered this, I think he was about 11. We was playing Tecmo Bowl, double dribble at your house in Dixville. And I remember telling you, I said, one of y'all gonna be in the NBA. But I remember Talbot used to play basketball every day. I used to see him dunking on the basketball goal. And the reason I jumped on is because when we talk about men and men being men, we have to really say what a man is. What is a man? And where do we get the concept of man from? You understand what I'm saying? We can say, be a man, take care of your family, do this. But a man, and here comes the word, a man is only a man if he's following God. You understand what I'm saying? If the man is not doing what God say do, then how then can he say he's a man?
But see, but hold on, I like to bring everybody else involved in that all inclusive because not everybody believes in God. So my thing is, I do believe what you're saying is right. But to me, my definition of a man is going to walk in truth. And if you are following God, then you're walking in truth. But some people just don't want to believe in God. But a man is, I believe 20 is a man because no matter what, if his point align with mine or whatever, what have you, he's going to still say his opinion and stand in his truth. And he's not going to try to persuade me to be like him, but he's going to walk in his truth. And that to me, what a man is. And we don't see a lot of examples of men because of a job or because whatever else. But we have to get back to walking in truth because that's the only way we're going to get this thing, this sickness, this poison, that's what's going on, is we're not walking in truth.
That's right. And though you said the same exact thing, but I feel the politics of you have to say that, and I get it. Because you want to make everybody feel welcome into the fold. But when it comes down to it, the truth is the truth, and everybody that knows the truth knows the same thing. But It's about that example. That little boy, we grew up in the hood, Kwame. You know about Dixville. That little boy that was standing on the block, you know my dad's a preacher. You know what I'm saying? Twan, you know that too. And Rick, you might know my dad, Reverend J.D. Williams, around Buffalo. But nevertheless, a boy child, he looks at other men, for example. You know what I'm saying? So what truth is that little boy seeing you walk in? Because when you lose all your money, when your house burns down and your car breaks down, can you still be a man? When that job fires you, can you still hold your head up and be a man? I like what you said, Twani, about that job you was working. Even though it was beneath you, and you had to sing like a slave, you did it because you had to do that. You know what I'm saying? And that's walking in your truth. I got to do what I got to do, but my kids got to eat. You know what I'm saying? But when you finish and you walk in that door and you look your little boy in the face that will be a man just like you, what you tell him is not going to be as important as what you show him. And we had a lot of bad examples in Dixville. A lot. My dad, he's a preacher, but he wasn't always the best example. I'm going to say this and I'm going to shut the hell up. I remember when I went to your house one time, Kwame, and it's not a slight on you. You good now. You're doing your thing. So it's okay to reflect back on where you were. Because we was there together. But I remember I came to your house and Taba was like, yo, I ain't got no clothes to wear. I don't got no church clothes. He got clothes, but no church clothes. And I said, if you wear shorts, I'm going to wear shorts. Mind you, I'm about 15 years old. But my father looked at me and said, what's wrong with you? Not understanding the plight of little boys in the hood. I might not have no suit to wear to church, but I want to come to church. See, that's important because you can't separate manhood, and I know we have to here, but it's hard to separate the soul from the body and say I'm a man. You know what I'm saying? So what we feed our brain is what we become. We know a lot of homies, all four of us, that are dead, that are in graveyards, or that is in prison and never would get out. You know what I'm saying? And it's because of that example that they saw. And some of them had good examples, but some had bad examples, and they want to become that. That little boy want to become that girl.
We're getting a lot of feedback. Somebody need to turn down their mic. We're getting a lot of feedback. If you're watching the show, turn it down in your background. Watch the show.
Yeah, that's probably me. My bad.
Yeah,
I'm country like that. But that's all I was trying to say is that with a little boy that walked on the block in Dixville, and he saw everybody on the hood making bread. You understand what I'm saying? But they saw that same preacher or deacon wasn't making enough. I aspired to have that car with the flip paint job on it, the rims, the big the music. So it becomes paramount, especially right now during the coronavirus and doing where we're in a racial unrest where they're killing us like flies. It's important that we guide them because a man ain't gonna make a man into himself. He need to be guided. And that's what I'm trying to say. When I listen to y'all, I'm sorry if I'm preaching or whatever. I'm gonna shut the hell up though. I just love being on here because I love you, Kwame. I love you, Troy, and I'm glad to finally meet you, Rick. All right.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So we're gonna let's shift gears and get into politics real quick, and we'll go around the board. I'll just ask the question, and then Twani, you can start, and then we can go with you, Rick, and then we'll go with you, MC. And I may have to step away and use the rest. So it's been 2 hours. I've been sitting here drinking this yak with Twani. I ain't used the bathroom yet, but Twani, I want to ask, like, why does it seem like we are so mired into a good word instead of actions now? We talking about a Green Deal and things that they're bringing up that to me seems like is impossible. $93 trillion or $90 trillion. It seems like the only plight that we have on the Democratic side, on the Republican side, is that you can't do it on the Democrat. We're gonna give you everything free. and the Republicans seem to be made out as racist, and they're against everybody black. So what do you think on that sense?
I mean, so for me and how my brain works, I break everything down into things that relate to me. I break it down into pieces that I can eat. So when I break down what you just said, for me, I think regardless of what's going on in the Oval Office, they're gonna do what they're gonna do in the Oval Office. And this is not me knocking anybody who sits in that position. I respect the position. I may not agree. I may agree or disagree with the person in the position, but I respect the position. I break things down to things that affect me. Again, as I stated earlier, everything with Antoine Walker relates to my team first. So if it's not affecting my team, I'm not going to give it my energy. If it's affecting my circle, which ultimately will get to my team, then I'll have the conversation. So in a political climate now, my focus is on people learning about your right to vote. No, first, let me say registering to vote, actually going to the polls to vote, and actually being educated on who you're voting for. So again, this is Antoine Walker. This is not any any organizations I'm affiliated with. So you can't come to me and say because you're upset with somebody, let's go out and vote for A. Well,
hey, the audio sound horrible right now.
You know, I know the person that's in the position is horrible, or you know, whatever the position is. But if I don't know about X, you're not going to get me to say, okay, I'm going to jump in. So I want to know what it is that I'm voting for. And I think everybody deserves that. It's one thing to go to the masses and solicit for support, but you don't give everybody your A game. You give certain people your A game, and you give certain people your B game. And that's for every elected official, in my opinion. In this political climate that we have going on right now, I think it's equivalent. I think political positions are trying or wanting to be celebrities when you're not a celebrity. You're not supposed to be.
Hey, Rick, turn down your stream real quick. That might be yours. Somebody getting a lot of feedback.
Yeah, I ain't got no friends, so it ain't me.
We're getting a lot of feedback on the audio all of a sudden.
So I mean, in this political climate, it's not necessarily about, you know, if your platform is not received by everybody, it should be more so about what happens locally. I focus more on local elections than I do on like presidential elections, Senate races, and things of that sort. Although I do vote in those races, what things that affect me are my Superior Court judge. Things that affect me are local ordinances. You know, those things affect me, and I read up on those things. Like, I don't know if people paid attention that in certain areas there was a local ordinance that was on the ballot of whether or not you can start drinking alcohol at 9 a.m. on a Sunday, or versus not. For me and mine, if I go to work from Monday through Friday and I give 100%, if I want to go to a restaurant and I want to have a drink at 9 a.m. and me and my wife want to have a mimosa, God damn it, vote for it. Damn what you think. Because if you only drink at the club on Friday and Saturday when you do what you do, fuck me and we are consumers of alcoholic beverages anytime we feel like it. And that could be potentially be 7 days a week. So you ain't gonna tell me that I can't have me a drink for some alcohol at 9 o'clock because you decide to be a Christian one day a week and you will go talk to your parents.
How many days of the week? Just one day?
They're Christian on Sunday at 11 o'clock.
They speaking in tongue, all of that on Sunday. But Monday through Friday, they twerking and they doing all of this shit. So me and my wife want to go to Broken Egg and have us some grits and have us some mimosa. We can't because your tarted ass, you only drink on Friday and Saturday because you done save your check just for Friday, Saturday to buy an outfit and a sew-in. And I'm not knocking the business and sell the boutique. But damn all of that. We're in the comedy section right now. I don't give two fucks about none of y'all and what y'all think. Me and my wife and I don't. Me and my family
is here, ladies and gentlemen. 20 is here.
Read what's on the ballot, you dumb motherfuckers. And I ain't talking about demographics. Vote for goddamn drinks on Sunday because some of us need a drink. We don't get to go to the club Monday through Friday because we got the goddamn work. We doing virtual learning. My son dropped out of kindergarten last semester. Now I got to teach his ass again. So I need a motherfucking drink on Sunday because that's the only way I can get a babysitter to come to the house. Sorry, motherfucker. I got to drink 5 shots. You bastards don't understand. I'm tipsy. I apologize for the cussing. All the people who ain't never seen this, all of you stupid. Vote for the drink. Yeah, you drink while you eating your scrambled egg and cheese. You dumb up. Coming you from the hood, but you only drink on Friday and Saturday, and your dumb ass only go in there and buy a Heineken at 9 o'clock and you drink it to 2 o'clock. Get you some overtime. I don't know what I was talking about.
20 need to take an ice bath. We got Rick up next.
I apologize.
I mean, my political.
Remember what the hell we talked about earlier?
I don't know either.
That's whatever time.
I forgot. That was 20.
Nah, I mean, just on a political standpoint, I just think, like you said, you can like or you can dislike 45. It's really up to you. It's just a matter of if you want to make him 46. Now, as far as like my local stuff, my thing is, it's just like I was telling my wife when we moved over here to the South Side. I need to know my councilmen. I need to know everybody over here, that's running for something. I need to know all of these people. I need to know the sheriffs. I need to know the commissioners. I need to know all of these people. And that's some of the stuff that we're not doing. Some of the people that you can go and talk to about voting and getting registered to vote, they don't know nobody. You can ask them who's running for, this zone. And they'll be looking at you like, what zone? Zone who? So I think that we educate everybody on that. Just like down there, DeWanna Walker and all them, Kelly Mathis and all them doing the whole voting thing. They're doing a great job. I look at that every day. But I just think that we get more groups of people like that. You do a lot more of that in your home as well, too, with your kids. Because to be frank and honest, I can't remember one time that my mom and dad even talked to me about voting, being ready to vote, coming up as a kid. That was almost like talking to us about credit. Who, man, I don't know about no credit. I mean, as a kid, those weren't conversations that we had in our home. So these are the conversations that, we try to have now as grown up.
My credit. I'm mad about that shit.
But no, see, when you try to learn stuff like that, what you're talking about, Rick, you're trying to be like the white people. And they want to treat you. And this is no disrespect.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Hey, Rick, you acting right.
Yeah, I got a lot of white friends, and I care for them dearly because I've learned a lot from them because my black friends knew shit about what they taught me. Yeah, so it's not about trying to be white. It's trying to just learn different stuff. You got to be willing to go in different circles.
Better shit.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody ever taught me. Most of you motherfuckers, when you get to go to Outback, he take you to Outback. You're going to get the steak well done, and you're going to add. Right. So if you eat the steak medium or medium rare, it's more nutrients in the beef if you're going to eat it.
Fuck eat it medium rare. You acting white right now. Burn that.
But hold on, I'm going to say this. Most of you motherfuckers talking about you don't want to see no pink, you don't want to see no blood.
Yeah, no, I don't want to see no blood.
But you eat it when she on up. Let me hush.
But you know what, though? I've changed to medium well.
No, I eat my steak medium rare.
But no, hell no. See, I'll do a medium with a char on the outside or a medium well.
That's Pittsburgh. That's Pittsburgh. Learn that from Red Barn.
Yeah, that thing be good. Y'all had that nice slice of pink, ain't no blood. I can't eat nothing bleeding. I ain't gonna eat no. Anyway, I ain't gonna eat nothing bleeding.
That's Kwame. That's you. You burnt on the outside.
You eat it bleeding.
Your light skin is trying to get out. That's what
What about the blood?
No, that's you. That's your inner light skin. You're burnt on the outside and you're pink on the
inside.
Hey, listen. You getting off track, buddy.
I'm trying. I'm back. I'm coming back.
No, but I mean, that's just something I think that we need to do more and continue to keep doing, because some people are doing that. I can't sit here and say that, everybody's not doing it. But if we continue to keep doing it and keep pushing it, get these kids to understand about registering to vote and to get out there and to vote and all that other good stuff, I think that things can get a little bit better. I'm not going to say they're going to get totally better, because they're not. It's going to take time. And I mean, it's going to take some time. But the one thing that irks the fuck out of me is people not saying a damn thing.
Yep.
If you never open your mouth, don't complain.
Right.
Don't complain. The fucking DA lady down there and all that other shit down there, people that wasn't doing what they were supposed to be doing. And this is just me speaking. This ain't no organization or nothing. But the people that were supposed to be doing the things that they were supposed to be doing in those offices and not doing them, that is some bullshit. I mean, bullshit to its finest. And people are just quiet about it. I got a classmate that got killed, 20-something years ago. And dude worked for the county police. And that shit was covered up. I'm plain and simple.
Team, there's no other platform right now that's allowing people to speak their truth besides a Bus Life platform. So all of you who are refusing to subscribe to Kwame's YouTube channel, and I'm seeing in the comments that everybody's enjoying this dialogue, subscribe to his channel. Through the descriptions of his channel, there are people that are going to. So not a lot of people get the opportunity to hear the truth of Brunswick. So if we subscribe to his channel, we increase his authority to sell our truth. It's not about if you agree to disagree with Kwame's platform or with his point. It's besides that. If you want to get your platform heard right now until you create your own, he is the only platform that has given this realistic conversation about Brunswick, Georgia. We're talking about Brunswick, Georgia. Damien's father's who baptized me. I can tell you his father's favorite song when he came up to the podium to preach, because that was my pastor. I can talk to you about Richard Massey's plight. I can talk to you about Kwame Brown plight. How many other people can say on all of these other stuff that y'all go out and support that can speak to Brunswick, Georgia? So all of this, it takes more energy to be a hater than it does to be a supporter. You can go to the channel, subscribe. You can go in the comment sections and hide and be somebody who you're not. And
what happened?
Hey, I like where he was going with that. I know the brother about to come back. I like where he was going, because we all can subscribe and we can. It can be a local thing and we all could talk, but we want to bring everybody into the conversation, because we got a lot of folks that don't get a voice. And I think we all have a voice, and we all have to be honest about what's going on in society today, because I'm not trying to get snuck up on or added into some race war when I got good people that's black and white that I mess with, that I'm not, everybody, if there's no through line of bringing everybody together or bringing everybody into peace, then I'm not with it. So I don't know about y'all, but I'm all about the peace. And Antoine back now.
They ain't gonna win, Kwame. That wasn't up but the devil. I was saying too much. The devil tried to whoever the devil is, I was speaking too much truth, and my fingers went to it because I got a lot of demons I got to get rid of too. I'm still a backbeater. I'm a backbeater. I'm that. But listen,
yo, you ain't no backbeater no more. You married, so you live.
No. You corrected me earlier. Listen,
I told you. I tried to explain to you.
Listen, if I'm 11 years in, if I wasn't no backbeater, I'd be divorced. I'm a backbeater.
No, hey, she cheating on you.
Yeah, well, tell whoever that nigga he got to buy Pampers and pay child support because I do a lot. Listen, but what I'm trying to say, what I was saying, go to Kwame's YouTube channel. Don't be so upset with the message. Be upset with what he's trying to do and what he's creating dialogue amongst men. How many men are buried in their graves right now because they refuse to have a conversation with another man over a disagreement? And I have a heartfelt story over somebody who's recently passed, but that's not what this is about. Don't be afraid of having a conversation with another grown man. Another grown man. You can agree to disagree, but at the end of the day, you articulate your points and he articulate his points. You all may have the same taste. You may have butted heads on the same woman, and regardless of that, if that woman is emotional or whatever it is, but as men, we should be able to look. I like what you like. We butted heads. The way I was raised, I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna yield to the audience. The way I was raised, what I dangle in front of a woman, it never includes another man. So if that woman like what I'm dangling in front of her, she gonna get what she gonna get. If she don't like it, you gonna move on about your business. But at no point in time are we gonna talk about another man who you may or may not be involved with and his shortcomings. I wasn't raised like that. That's one of my family.
Oh, a lot of these dudes raised like that.
Listen, that's one of the things that I accepted from my family. I take, like I said, you take what you can take to benefit you from your family. Whatever you don't want, you leave it. I take that. I'm never going to talk about another man to build myself up. I don't have to dim somebody else's life to make me look better. So if you want this 5'7", 190 with the belly in his shirt, all in you, come on and get it.
Don't come and get it. He's married. Don't come and get it. He's married. His wife gonna beat his ass.
I'm talking about back
Don't come and get it. He gonna get his ass whooped.
But listen,
anyway.
Okay, all right, let me hush.
He gonna get his ass whooped. Anyway, hey, MC, we want to ask you a question, MC. We're gonna go around the board. We're gonna let 20 talk last this time. Goddamn.
Well, can we finish that politics part? But go ahead.
I'm up. 20 here.
I want to say something about that politics.
Oh yeah, we're gonna bring some more. Well, go ahead and touch on because I got another question to ask you about politics.
Okay. The thing about politics for me is being aware. I mean, voting is cool. Knowing that is all that's great. Knowing your locals and all that's great. You're supposed to do that. But right now, with the country in the uproar is in, I think people need to pay attention to the head man. What's going on with, I call him Donald Tweety Bird. He tweet more than me. But I mean, I say bad things to him on Twitter, but we have to watch what's really happening. Studying history, when Donald Trump says law and order, he didn't make that up. He got that from Nixon and J. Edgar Hoover. And when Nixon said law and order, and J. Edgar Hoover was saying that we are public enemy number one, they were talking about the Black Panthers. So we have to listen to the verbiage that he uses. When he's talking, he told the crowd, he says, I am your voice, or I will be your voice, in the same speech. So he's building this regime of hate for us. Luckily for us, we got the whole world on our side. However, in this country, we need to understand who backs him. The neo-Nazis, the same ones who backed Hitler. You understand what I'm saying? When we know, because all the local is fine, all the state is fine, but God damn it, if shit go down in the country, ain't shit they can say. And when we don't know what they're planning or what they're doing, see, what we need to do is understand the art of war. When there is a lot of fires in the enemy's camp, he's trying to confuse you. Right now, in this election, well, this is the worst president ever, but we ain't never seen this much turmoil.
Why do you say that? Why do you say this is the worst president ever? Because my thing is this. It just seems as if, and I know you get demonized for saying what I'm going to say. If you look up the numbers, if you look up what he was doing before COVID-19, you can't intelligently say what you just said. It has to be a personal thing in order for you to say that he's the worst. Because when you look up First Step Act, when you look up prison reform, when you look up just the policies that he passed, that the lowest unemployment, unless you're just going to give all the credit to Obama and disregard everything he's done for as his overseas deal where he's putting tariffs on people and making them pay for their own, helping pay for their own defense. All of these things has positively affected our community. And so for us to keep, to me, I just want to know, why are we saying the rhetoric what we're saying when knowing the outcome of things? Like if you look at No Child Left Behind, it sounds good. But if you look at the outcome of it, it was a very negative thing. $80 million spent, kids reading worse, kids graduating less, the test scores are worse. Trump doesn't say everything that I like, but my mama didn't say everything I like. My uncle didn't say everything I like. My auntie didn't either. So I'm able to understand that when people love you and people respect you, they're going to say some things I don't like. If Twani is truly my friend and he truly loved me, then he's going to say some things that's going to make me have to level up. And I think we've gotten away from that in society. If it's a white person, we'll call it racist. We're not able to see that through line that maybe it's your behavior. So how can we not see that some of the things that this man has done has been positive?
I respond to it.
Granted, when I said president,
if you allow me, I respond to it. Like, I mean, it's no different than people who hold their pastor within their church in a high regard. And I know, Damon, you to relate to this. There are things that, you know, the pastor does that we may agree or we may disagree with. So because that's your pastor, anybody who is against your pastor, you're against them. And that's not rational thinking. I think once we get back to rational thinking, and you accept that there were some things that Obama did that were beneficial to African Americans, they were beneficial to the but you know, whatever. We agree to disagree on that. But there were some things that he did, that he put in place that were beneficial, and there were some things that he did that weren't beneficial. No different than Trump. At the end of the day, you're gonna vote your conscience. So I'm not on here to convince people to vote their conscience. You're gonna do what helps you and your team. At the end of the day, it boils down to, or it should boil down to, your team.
But 20, if you would, but 20, with all due respect, as your friend, if you were smoking crack, I'm going to ask you, why are you smoking crack?
But you're going to ask
you have to explain why you're doing what you're doing.
Not necessarily, because if I'm a crackhead and I know I have an outlet to no longer be a crackhead, but I continue to, it's all about choices. If I choose to be a Republican and follow somebody who I know that is incompetent and does stuff that I don't agree with, versus somebody who has the same skin tone as me and he does stuff that I don't agree with, but I still choose to follow him, it's a choice. That does not make me wrong, and it doesn't make you right. So at the end of the day, I respect your position, and you need to respect mine. I have a lot of friends, classmates who I thought were close to me, that I see now who support something that I don't support. It doesn't make me hate them because I know them as a person. But whatever it is that resonates with them, that they see in that person, I respect it and I move forward. Because at the end of the day, the only thing that moves me is what moves my team. I'm not going to sit here and hate you, delete you on Facebook, and do all of this back and forth with you because you see something in that person that resonates with you. Because
so
at the end of the day,
what do you say to the person that when you have a dialogue with them, because it's so etched in their mind that this man is racist and all these other things, which can't be proven, which me personally, I don't care about. I'm more into following the outcome of what it is that you do. And so when I just stay along the lines of that logic of, okay, it sound good, you put this thing in plan, what was the results of it? What did it do? And when I follow what did it do, I can see some of the things that it did as a positive thing. And even just being able to present that seems to make you a target. It seems to make you have to take on all of the things that he may have said, all the things that he may have done. And I'm not trying to take on those things. I'm just saying that as a man, if you can't find the through line and see that some of the things that was put in place, to be able to hear Meek Mill shout on TV and say something about prison reform, and then that president, I didn't know you could just invite any old regular average Joe to the White House. If that's the case, Obama, you should have invited my motherfucking ass because I donated. But anyway, I didn't know you can invite a regular person to the White House, because once he heard that there's some concern about prison reform, he said, well, come on, come holler at me. He let pastors come. And because of hatred, here's what happened when you are a Christian or you are whatever, but you allow hate to seep in and take over love. Even if you disagree with this person, your love should still make you approach them to have that conversation. And if you can't love a person enough to sit down and have a conversation, then you're trying to have war. And to me, the absence of God is to not have love. And if you don't have love for your brother in disagreement, then you ain't gonna have. That means you're so narcissistic that you got to have everybody agree with you. I still love you that you disagree with me. Let's try to find a through line. And if you're inviting conversation, then that means you're still working towards finding that through line. So anybody to me that shut off that conversation is not trying to find that, and they're pushing something that shouldn't be pushed. They're pushing hatred. They're pushing divide. And me as America, if you're trying to say America first, you have to still work within the parameters of bringing everybody all inclusive. You cannot have these separate agendas that's for blacks or for Mexicans or for whatever that separates another race, because at the end of the day, we should all want to be one.
So, in my response to your comment, I'm going to equate you to Barack Obama, and I'm going to make it on a smaller scale. So, for Barack Obama, there was a spotlight on him because he was the first African American, regardless of his percentage. He was the first African American president, right? So, for you, you were the first #1 draft pick out of high school. So there's a microscope that's there. There's a spotlight, not microscope. There's a spotlight that's on you. So whatever agenda that you wanted to push for anybody who followed you, if you came out and said that you were just gung-ho about African Americans being the #1 draft pick out of high school, you would have been met with resistance. So with you in your position and with Barack Obama in his position, had he come out and said he's only going to solely help African Americans. And again, I'm only saying this, and I'm gonna try to bring it all together. If I make a mistake, whatever, we're human. So, in order to win the war, you have to lose the battle. So there were some things that he had to accept, whether he agreed or disagreed. No different from you. There were some things that you had to accept, like you spoke to earlier. Like you put your name on certain brands that you didn't necessarily know about. So there were some things that you had to accept that you didn't necessarily agree with in order to push your agenda. And I'm not making allowances for Obama. I'm not doing it. I'm not making allowances for you because in some people's mind, they felt like, you know, with your income and your money, they felt like you could have done some stuff that was totally different. But in the end, it's all about losing the battle to win the war. So I say that to say this. It depends on where you are as a person and what's important to you. So for Obama to move the country, he felt like he did what was important to him. We all may agree, we may disagree with the choices that he made, but those were his choices. With Kwame Brown, there are still people, and we can talk about it right now, who feel like you should give them some money to do some stuff that they want to do versus stuff that they need to do. But at the end of the day, you made decisions and you apply your resources to what you felt were necessary. It's no difference. The scales are different, but at the end of the day, we make choices. So as a president, he was okay with accepting the choices of what people would perceive him as versus what he actually done. Kwame Brown at 39 years old is okay with what people perceive him as doing and accomplishing.
38.
He did. And he hates me, but I'm telling the truth because I know what you did as Kwame Brown. I know what you're attempting to do as Kwame Brown. Some people may receive it. Some people don't want you to teach them about financial literacy. Some people don't want you to teach them about home ownership. Some people don't want you to teach them about family dynamics. They just want you to cut them a check so they can do what they want to do with that check and get what they want. But because of who you are and what you are, and because of your experiences, your education is different to the people who listen to you and what you do. So I say all that to say is, I applaud you as in the city of Brunswick, in the community of Glenn County. I consider you presidential. And you as presidential, you come with resistance. The city of Brunswick gave you a key to the city. So, you know, with all of that being said, do they treat you that way? No.
It's right there.
People of color, it's right there. Do people of color treat Obama the same way? Because he didn't do specifically what they wanted him to do. So it all boils down to you lose the battle to win the war. In my opinion, you won the war. Because in my opinion, it's more so about that kid who was told he was bad, he's special ed, he's never going to be shit, but he can be Kwame Brown because he has that example. That's more important to me than a policy that you could have put in place in Brunswick, Georgia, or a stipend that Barack Obama could have gave to our people that would have made him more popular. I digress.
Good word.
What I was trying to say, 20, we missed my words when I said bad president. Me personally, I don't know Trump. I just go by what I study. And I listen to what he say. I don't know all his policies. I don't know, but I know the presidents and what they've done. And when I look at the presidency, you know what I'm saying? For one, I know that he ain't running the country. We have to look at those elites that really run the country. When you go back into history and understand history, and then that's what, based on what I'm saying. You look at Reagan, great president, right? But do we know anything about the Contra affair? The drugs we talk about selling on the block, we didn't bring them here. But we got movies now telling us that they did. So what I'm talking about when I mentioned Trump, because I actually, when I did tweet him the first time, I talked to him about God. I said, come on, man, be a president, because there were some things that he had said that I didn't like. When George Floyd got killed, I listened to him. He didn't make it about George Floyd in his comment. His comment was, and it's in one of my songs I did, about he mentioned chaos. Words are very important. He says chaos and righteous behavior, and I'm loosely saying that, but he went back to law and order. And the reason I'm mentioning that is because when we talk about what's happen and how things affect us. If the 400 militant groups in this country, and you can Google it, that's all white, and I don't hate white people. I love everybody on this planet. But speaking of fact is a fact. When you got 400 militant groups in this country, and you got a president that's backed by the neo-Nazis, when the KKK can still march, and he's still saying the same thing that Nixon said about law and order, public enemy number one. When they saying these things based on, I read a book called Behold the Pale Horse. I'll say anybody read that book. It breaks things down to a great. But we but what I learned that all this politics, all this stuff ain't about us. When you look at on your dollar bill, Novus Order Seclorum, New Secret Order, World Anew, New World Order, whatever. Chaos comes order. What are we living in right now if it ain't chaos? So when I said, I was saying the president right now, what's going on in this country affects everybody, whatever race. You understand what I'm saying? But he's the man.
Yeah, but we haven't,
you know what?
But we having chaos because of things that the Democrats are opposing, are saying. We heard Democratic leaders saying, make a crowd around people, make them feel uncomfortable. We've heard anti-police rhetoric that's making people, instead of complying with cops, some people, not all of them, are doing things that you or nor I can explain what you're doing on a stop with a cop. And so before we go into a little further, let's let Rick respond, because I don't think Rick said nothing in a long time. And then when we go to the next topic, let's try to keep our comments a little shorter and direct and to the point so everybody can hit on it. And we're going to do a little flash round where we just say a topic, everybody hit the hot points and keep it moving so everybody can say something. So, Rick, you go ahead.
I mean, as far as 45 is concerned, you know, for me, it's just do your homework. I can't sit here and tell you not to like him. I can't tell you to like him. I can't say that he's a racist versus not being a racist. You know, I have my own personal opinions. You know, I have my opinions. So that's why I do my homework. That's why I do my readings. If anybody is open to discussion like we are now, then we can talk, you know, that type of deal. But I you know, my personal things are my personal things. I just can't tell you what to do. Only thing I can tell you is just like MC said, you need to read, open up your mind a little bit more and see what's there in front of you. If you can't decipher between those, you know, my plight is my plight, yours is yours. And that's really all I have to say on 45.
But let me ask you this on 45. I know people say that a lot, but what I'm asking is this. Miss Angela Stanton, that was on the Breakfast Club, brought a lot of things to light that even I didn't know. And so I think when people like that bring some things to the light, she's a real person. She make every check mark. She's a Black woman. She came out of prison. So she's saying things that we got to take into account if we're being fair on both sides. But I think because of the hostile environment and what the media is creating, instead of hearing her out and looking up the things that she's saying, we'll demonize the person because of who she aligned herself with. So the only things that I'm trying to bring forth to the forefront is that put aside the name in front of who did what. I want to know, did the result of what this person implemented, did it have a positive effect or did it have a negative effect? Because we'll vote for somebody because we like them. We'll vote for them because they Black or whatever else. But what is the result? We got a mayor in Chicago, Lightfoot. She's Black. I like her because she was Black. Everybody knows we on this movement. But look at the results. We still have to have this through line of honesty that the results that we're seeing in these cities, in these states that's going on, are not positive. New York the crime is up 200%. So it's okay to say defund the police, and we can all argue semantics, and we can all talk about the past. We could talk about who's a racist. We could talk about who's not. But in this thing called America, in the most racist times, I'm not seeing as much civil unrest as I'm seeing now. And we can all argue about the outcome of who's doing it, because right now we're all blaming Trump. Somebody's mic is doing something crazy again. But we can all blame Trump. But at the end of the day, before Trump got in office, we were screaming, we shall overcome, and we screaming, we shall overcome now. So when are we going to wake up and stop eating the bait of somebody making us emotional, and let's start trying to have a real honest conversation about what's going on? And
not to interrupt you, Kwame, but you and MC said two good things. You said conversation. We have to have those conversations with each other. MC says we need to read. And those are things that the guys that I see in this forum, I mean, and nice meeting MC, and just listening to him, he has conversations and he reads. If we don't have those things, then we'll never know, because media is our number one enemy. I don't care what, that's my personal opinion.
Yes.
The media is
they feed us a bunch of fucking lies.
A bunch of fucking lies that don't make no sense if you sit back and you look at it. I mean, and I know we're talking about the politics, this coronavirus has a part of it. It's a personal thing to me because, it's hit home with me as well. But the cases that are positive versus cases that have been positive, that have been cured, okay, they've gone through their thing and they're okay, versus to the ones that have passed from it, well wishes, God blesses to them as well, in the, healing and understanding. But that media is our number one enemy, in my personal opinion. That's just me to you all.
So let me do a quick commercial break. First and foremost, everybody that's watching, you all need to go to Kwame Brown's A Bust Life YouTube page and subscribe to it. So if you're enjoying this dialogue, I apologize for people, everybody who's going live. We've lost it. My phone is down. Go to his page, subscribe to his channel, so that he can increase the platform to bring different.
20, it's your phone, brother. You got that damn Facebook in the background. You need to turn the volume down.
Absolutely.
I was
making this real ghetto.
Wait a minute, what I need to do?
Turn your volume down on your Facebook.
On a what?
On your Facebook.
I just turned it down.
Turn it all the way off.
I don't know about that technology. I was a criminal justice major.
But guess what? The volume sound great now because your volume off on your Facebook. We kept hearing feedback because we heard the show.
Can I do my commercial now?
Yeah, do your commercial.
No. First and foremost, we want everybody to go to Kwame Brown's page, subscribe to his YouTube channel, because at the end of the day, there are no other platforms that I know of, and I'm one person, that are doing dialogue that will reflect directly to the people that are on this channel. So if we want Brunswick, Georgia to be heard, besides the fact that what the tragedy that happened in our community, subscribe to Kwame Brown's page, because he is connected to those people that we're not connected to bring them to the forefront so that we can discuss the experiences that we have, so that the world can understand it. So subscribe to Kwame Brown's YouTube page, A Bust Life. Fuck 1,000 subscribers. This man made history in our community and was the #1 draft pick. I think we should be at 10,000. I got
more than 1,000 people that don't like me.
Listen, we'll add them too. I think we should be at 10,000 by August 1. So go to the page, subscribe to it, so he can open up that platform. For all you haters, let me talk about the haters. For all y'all who average 20 points
10 rebounds and 10 turnovers in the McIntyre Court tournament. We not talking about y'all. Shut your mouth. This man is official. Sit your ass down, put some ice on your legs or whatever. Ain't nobody want to talk to you. This man is official. Subscribe to the channel so we can get people to listen to you, because they're not gonna listen to your retarded ass. But at the tournament, in the Midtown tournament, or at Bronze High, don't nobody care about that shit. This man is official. Subscribe to the channel.
What he said.
Midtown, Northside. It's 30,000 people in Bronze, Georgia. All y'all retarded asses need to be on this channel. I called you retarded. You ain't gonna find me. It don't matter. Subscribe.
They gonna get your motherfucking ass in the morning.
All right, I'm through, Kwame. Oh, done.
All right, let me say this about what Rick said. And remember, I was talking about Hitler earlier, and you mentioned the media. Media is no more than what he used. It's propaganda. See, what we see, we can't believe all that bullshit. That's what it comes back to. Understand when it's in the book. When I said read the book, The Behold the Pale Horse by Williams Cooper. If you read that book, first of all, it's gonna be hard to find. But when you read that book, you'll get all the details you need. And this cat was a military genius or whatever.
He's from Brunswick. Kwame's writing the book right now. So let's promote people from us we can relate to. I'm not knocking what you just said, Dan. All I'm saying is
what I'm saying.
Promote it.
I will promote Kwame. I feel you. I feel you. But since Kwame opened up this platform, see, we know who Kwame is, and we gonna promote him. But when you got the voice to say what you got to say that shit, because this shit might get closed down. And people that don't know need to know that shit. You feel me? That Behold the Pale Horse book will change your goddamn life. Excuse my French, but that Behold the Pale Horse book will change your life. And it wasn't written by no black man. It was a white guy who wrote it, and he got killed for writing it. But when you read that, it tells you that they call us, Goyim and sheep? Sheeple. That's how they look at us. Both red and blue, they're all on the same team. We can never forget that they are all on the same team. You feel me?
Man here losing his mind right now.
One leads from the left, one leads from the right, and they're always totally different from each other. But in the end of the day, look at it like this. You ever seen WWF? You see them wrestlers, they be busting each other's ass. I guarantee you, they're eating lunch together. But you don't see them eating lunch together. It's the same with politicians. I'm not about politics, but what concerns me is the population of people. The hood I grew up in, with the liquor stores in it, church on every corner. This is so different from when I go to Beverly Hills. When I'm in Seattle. Kwame, you've been around, y'all cats been around, y'all seen shit. That's what's important to me. Because people that don't know what we know will suffer a dire consequence.
But what's important to me, what's important to me, not to cut you off, is mindset. I think far too long we will allow certain things into our mind that's not beneficial. But then when it comes to things that are beneficial, we won't allow it into our mind. We'll accept the fact that somebody else is putting a liquor store on every corner, but we'll still walk in it. We'll accept the fact that they offer us drugs and guns to sell to each other, but we'll still take the bait. But then when they give us opportunity and it gives us something that we have to work towards, we don't want to do that. But then when we accept the nonsense of our rap music and somebody telling us to go into a trap house and we go take pictures in a trap house, knowing that I grew up in a trap house, the fact that it's record labels and it's people that's pumping that type of stuff, it directly lets me know that there's somebody playing puppet master and we are sheep in a game that we not even allowing ourselves to fight against. Because every time somebody tries to tell you a message of strength, you come with knowledge that doesn't benefit you in everyday life. A lot of people can quote a bunch of history. They can quote a bunch of to me nonsense that you shouldn't even be dwelling in, that has nothing to do with paying Georgia Power, that has nothing to do with getting little Jeffrey little Tatalicious to school. But we'll focus all our energy on that instead of something that's going to be beneficial. My life has always been about how useful I was in a room. And I hate to sound negative, but it'd be hard for me to sit in a room with a brother that know a bunch of information. That's like somebody who knows how to identify the problem. If I slit my wrist, and the only thing you can tell me is that I slit my wrist, I pray to God I don't get trapped in the room with you when I slit my wrist, because the only thing you're doing is identifying the problem. I want somebody in the room with me that can identify the problem and can have a phone in their left hand or put it on speaker while they're on the phone with 911. I want them to tie off the top part of my arm and then maybe put some pressure or burn the fuck out of this wound so it can stop bleeding. Right now, we have so many people wanting to go off and get beautiful degrees and going to get these things so they can identify the problem. And then they span a lifetime of never solving the problem. They just always identify it to another brother, and that may hinder that person from being able to do something great. Because for so long, I've heard from people that look just like me about what I couldn't do. Because my dream is different than your dream. Your dream may be a dream that somebody else has done, that you're going to follow in that footstep. My dream may be so outlandish that you might think I'm crazy, but it's still my dream. And we got to be able to have a position for that person that think like that. And we got to be able to have a position for the person that think like you. Right now, we have too many people not understanding these dreamers that are focused on things that out of this atmosphere. We're focused on the people who do things that are safe, who that go to school and fit the mold. And those people, you can find them a dime a dozen. You have to start making space for people who dream past things that you can't necessarily see in this world. That's the reason why you believe in God. You can't see God, but you believe in him. So you've already bought into this supernatural thing. But when somebody in walking in his flesh and walking in his truth, you'll call him crazy instead of trying to identify with what he's trying to tell you. And so that's what I see. I try to stop judging people for what they're saying. I want to judge the outcome. My outcome is better than yours. I can guarantee you, you can live a life of talking about the white man and you can live in poverty. But I guarantee you, you can live a life of talking about you, man, and live in a way that you can find comfort and respect in it and hold your head up. Trying to take your phone off mute.
I can feel that.
You're on mute, Tony.
I can feel that, Kwame.
And it's a lot of
what you're saying.
We still what?
I was talking to people in the comments, man. You got a lot of people that's comment that I think that will be excellent, you know, as you do future segments and you can bring them on and you can talk about different perspectives, because I think one of the things that people don't understand about you and refuse to take the time to understand about you is that you're not closed-minded, and that you're in a lot of different boxes. So you know, I just sent messages to people that definitely need to reach out to you, get on this platform, because at the end of the day, everybody does not have the following individual. But if we combine and we do one fist and we all combine, we can affect our people.
Somebody need to turn their Facebook down or something. The mic getting crazy.
It ain't me. I ain't do it. So
my mic is off.
It was you again.
It was Twana again.
I'm pushing for a lot of people to reach out to you get on your YouTube channel so I can join in and participate and be in the comment section. But there's a lot of things that we can do just through conversation.
This guy.
Wife came out and I had to pause because I ain't know what she was finna say.
You got nervous.
She said, "Hey, all right, goodbye."
Hey, how you doing?
Hey,
Hey, look here. She
you
threatening
doing?
all. Hey, look here, 20. All she doing is coming to the mic to threaten all the other girls when you talk crazy. Like, I'm here. I want to make sure.
You already know it's all good.
And she done brought my daughter in here. She done my phone.
Let him know he was talking crazy. Go ahead and slap him in the back of his head in front of everybody online.
If the nice man is single or not. That's all I need to know.
Okay, that's all I. Hey, look here. I knew what you was gonna come put this smack down.
Right, because if he's single, I need to be the first to know.
I ain't put a rubber on in 12 years. That should answer your question.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, Lord Jesus. I gotta take a sip.
Yeah, I need to hear, hey.
You need to mute Kwame right now, Kwame.
It's embarrassing.
The whole family need to know.
Listen,
How you gonna
Well, I
mute
will
this?
say this though, I'm proud of you, man.
Hey, no domestic violence.
You got a platform, bro.
Yeah, but man, it just, to me, I just want to bring some truth to the situation, and I didn't want to reach out to a bunch of celebrities and all that. Like I say, a lot of celebrities and a lot of us, when you in that situation, you cannot say the honest truth. If it's go against what the popular masses think, you can't say it. And now what you guys don't understand is it's trickling down to regular everyday jobs. It's going to get to the point to where if you don't speak up now, you thought what something that you thought was just for a celebrity, it's going to be for you.
Right.
And if you want to live in a world where just because you didn't touch anyone, you didn't hurt anyone, but because you said an opinion that was different than somebody else, you could be fired and you could lose your livelihood, and now you can't feed your daughter or your son. To me, that's the most dangerous thing. That's dangerous than any racism. That's more dangerous than anything you guys ever thought you experienced. If I have to agree with you, or I'm no good for America now, like that's not cool.
I mean, that's happening in everyday. It's happening in everyday life right now. I mean, you look at all the different things that are going on with the whole Black Lives Matter, All Lives Matter, all this other deal. When somebody says something retarded and they get put on video and it gets sent to their job, I mean, it's just that quick. It gets sent and they're fired that day or the next day. No, none at all. So I totally understand where you're coming from with that one.
So I see Genesis is one in here. Hey, CW, I'm gonna drop you off. I want to see if I can grab Genesis one in here real quick. But it was good talking to you, bro.
You talking to me?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna try to grab somebody else in real quick.
Hey, do your thing, homie. It's just good to see you. Y'all need to tell Sabu to get at me, man. I'm trying to do the video.
Yes, sir.
You know, I'm saying it live. Tell Sabu and Taba to get at me. I'm in Savannah, man. Quit playing with me.
Okay, I got you. All right, let me see if I can add. Hey, Genesis 1, can you join the live? Let's see if she can. Uh-oh.
It's female?
Yeah, she got on the last time and she was pretty good.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, she need to join the live because I think she can add a female perspective, and she's from the island, and she just speak from that auntie, that grandma that's gonna be honest with you and not gonna coddle your feelings. When you wrong, you wrong. And I think that's what's missing in a lot of our society. That person that is able to speak to us without no hard feelings, without no backlash. If we can't have that in our community, we can't have a community.
Right.
Hey, auntie, come on. I missed that. This my auntie used to cuss me out. I used to do a lot of dumb stuff. So, yeah, I agree with you 100%. I still do a lot of dumb stuff. But, auntie, And that's a good segue to what we're talking about. We're talking about aunties. So, you know, previously aunties used to be aunties thing was all the cousins and everybody. Like I was raised, I got an auntie. Her name is Marion Moses. She's now. When I tell you that lady there, she was my biggest supporter. So all the cousins, that's why I got the relationship I got with my cousins to this day. Because every summer, everything, my auntie had all of us there on the pallet. We bonded with each other, and to this day, we like brothers and sisters. But right now, you know, you got aunties that got their own thing going on, and a lot of people to a certain degree, aunties ain't trying to have other people's kids at their house, which I understand it, I respect it.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
I'm mad because I love my other auntie more than I love you. You selfish. You don't want me at your house. So, in so many words, the hell with you. That's what I say.
What do you say to Twardy right now? Twardy going in.
Yeah.
So listen, we got Miss Genesis 1 here, and this is somebody who was on the last live, and she is like I said, she's very honest. She's able to speak freely, in my opinion, and don't go with society norms. She will say her opinion without worrying about any backlash. So I don't know what she does, but she ain't scared.
Good evening.
Hey,
good evening, everyone. How are you?
So I know you've been watching the show. So what do you have to add in the things? Because sometimes you need an outside perspective of people who watching. What can you give us? Or what can you add to the conversations that we've been having so far?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, let me turn up. Okay, good. It's been very entertaining.
So yeah, what can you add? What can you add to the conversation from a woman's perspective?
Ah, boy, from a woman's perspective, I think that we have a lot of work to do in our community. I think that we can't rely on the politicians to solve our problems. We can't rely on outside forces to solve our problems. I think at the end of the day, and I said this before in the last live, that it comes down to the basics. It comes down to your household. It comes down to your family. And like I said before, we're dying out here. And we need to have open and honest dialogue. And we need to turn over this whole entire thing and look at the ugliness. Look at the ugliness of what's happening along with the beauty. Because this gentleman here who's drinking, very entertaining.
Antoine Walker.
Yep. Right. He brought up the analogy with you and Obama. And I wanted to jump in, but you didn't invite me, so I just held my tongue. Okay, well, you know, I'm a woman. I gotta like bash you up a little bit before I give you the praise. But using that analogy, I think is a little bit skewed, because how many percentage of people make it to the NBA? Right?
Not a lot. Right.
How many people become
exactly.
president?
And say that again?
How many people become president of the United States?
Not a lot.
Quite a few. but quite a few. But quite a few.
How many black?
So are we? Well, Obama wasn't really the first president of the United States. If you go back into like the 1800s, there was a black guy that was a. But anyway, we're not going to get into all of that. But I think that the percentage of more black people being president is higher than the percentage of people making it out of the hood to get into the NBA. Right?
I would disagree with
because
that.
How do we know? So go ahead. Sorry, I didn't hear you. I know you're going to disagree.
I would disagree with that. You have a better chance of making it to the NBA than you have to being the president of the United States.
Okay. All right. We'll move on from that. I think that again, we have to have open and honest dialogue. We have to have open and honest dialogue. We have a lot of problems. We have a lot of problems.
What do you mean by open and honest dialogue?
Open and honest dialogue in regards to, why are we angry? Can you see my thumb? Okay, why are we angry? Why are we angry? Why do we feel that we need to blame the white man for all of our problems? Why is it that all of these young girls are getting pregnant? Why is it that all of these, that our young men are angry? They're angry, they're wounded, they feel beaten down. They feel that the only way that I'm going to get out of my situation is the NBA, or become an actor, or I don't know, do something else in sports and entertainment, right?
Is it
how come we're not I can't hear you. What did you say?
Is it anger or is it passion?
No. Our men are angry. There's a huge difference between passion and assertiveness and aggression and anger, right? But we have to admit that our boys are angry. They're angry. If they were not angry, they wouldn't be on the street corner shooting you because you stepped on their shoes. They wouldn't be running around trying to protect their hood, but yet they own no stock. They own no stock in that neighborhood. They don't own the house that they live in. They don't have shares in the liquor store that they shop at. I'm waiting.
I want to hear your point first before I respond. I don't want to be.
I know you got something, Twan. And I like when she come in, because she gonna hit you with them facts, and she gonna hit you in the face, and then you gotta respond. So I can't wait for you to respond.
So based off of what statistical data do you have to show that when I shoot you or I kill you because you step on my shoe is because I'm angry, or because I'm what are you basing that we're angry off of? Because I can be passionate and not angry. And I think a lot of the biggest mistake that the people as a whole make when it comes to a black man, and that's what relates to the intimidation, is because you mistake my passion for aggression. I'm passionate because I'm applying for this job because I know it can change the dynamics of my family. I'm passionate about the way I talk to my girlfriend because I came from a home where my voice was not heard. I'm passionate because I want to change how you view me as a man versus viewing me as a little boy. So I'm not angry. I'm just passionate. So because I have a bass or a tone in my voice, don't mistake that for anger or aggression. I'm just passionate. So what statistical data are you basing my anger off of versus being passionate?
Okay. I don't have any data. I don't have any data in regards to passion versus anger, but that's common sense. If two 16-year-old boys are walking down the street and one bumps into the other man, into the other guy, and he goes out about his business, and the bump chases down the bumper and shoots him in the head, he's angry. That's an angry person. That is an angry young man. Now, if the bumper and the bumpy basically said, you know what, excuse me, my bad, have a good day, you're on your way. You're on your way. Those are two different scenarios. Everybody goes home alive in the second scenario. In the first scenario, somebody's in the box and somebody's in prison, and both families are affected. And there's no anger there?
So 20, I think what she's saying, and I want to get Rick comment on it. I think he keep bouncing out. I wanted to ask his comment on it. Is that she's more focused on behavior. And a lot of times when we get into behavior and we find that through line between, if we look at all the races, if we look at men, exactly, if we look at black males and we look at Asians, whites, and whatever else, and the scenario is stepping on a shoe, like she's bringing it up. The reaction to what we are going to respond sometimes is way over the top than what everybody else is going to respond. So if you look at behavior, is she right in the behavior of us men?
And again, I would go back to your foundation and your home, because if I'm raised as a man and within my home, that before you escalate to physical altercation, you have dialogue. Does that make me different than a man in Kwame's perspective, who, when you have a difference with a man, he bumps in you, he steps in your shoes, and the only way to resolve that issue is through physical violence?
Yeah, because
it depends on what you value. It's
not about value. It's not about value. Not to cut you off, I'm going to agree with her on this one, because the way I was brought up, me being brought up under the tutelage of I gotta handle this with violence, is going to trump your handling it with talking, because I'm not going to let you talk. I was only trained and taught to handle it with physical violence. So how you can be talking while I'm swinging?
But it goes back to a choice. So as within my son, it's no different than you being able to, let's say you were trained like you always speak to. You were trained to, when you have an altercation, you deal with that altercation with violence. Although in your growth, you elected to make the decision whether you choose violence or you choose communication. Let's just say I come from a household where my communication skills are my strong suit. Although I'm trained in jujitsu, I'm trained in martial arts. I could beat your ass just the same, but I've learned that my communication skills are just as valued as my physical skills. So am I angry because I elect to have a dialogue with you, and through that dialogue, you don't receive what I'm trying to say? You strike me for it, I beat your ass. So am I angry? I
think she's saying the person that's angry is the one that is not trained in the conversation and jujitsu. A lot of us were trained in households like me, to where the only thing we know, win or lose, is head first, and it's going to get physical, because I felt like you disrespected me. I felt like you did something wrong to me.
Every black household may or may not have been trained as you have been trained.
We're not talking about every, but we talking about majority. We're not talking about every, and every is not like that, but a majority of the households, I can point out that all of my friends in my inner circle, and this is like 20, 30 guys, 20, 30 guys that I know personally, were all trained that when you get into a disagreement, because whether it's mama yelling or whether it's uncle yelling, we were taught that when you have a disagreement and it's playing out in our streets, once we disagree upon something, we are taught that we have to get violent. And so we have to get to some sort of honesty on that point, because I watch white people debate all the time, and I don't see Tucker Carlson swinging at Ben Shapiro or shooting at him.
So I think you just made my point valid, because I could bring you 30 men and 30 families where the first thing is not to fight. The first thing is to have a conversation. And through that conversation, if we agree to disagree and it leads to altercation. So I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. All I'm saying is that the same statistical data that you bring as far as being physical initially, I can bring the same statistical data of having a conversation. So I'm not saying that what Genesis 1 is saying is wrong. All I'm saying is I can combat what she's saying versus I know some families who teach and have been taught that let me have a conversation before I beat your ass, because fisticuff is not always the way. I can kick you in your face without using my hand if that's what I'm trained to do. So I think the misconception is that we put ourselves in a box to think that the only way if we disagree in a confrontation, the only way to resolve it is through confrontation, physical confrontation. I would argue that that is not true, because I can articulate or bring to you several families who aren't fighters, who don't.
But what we're asking is it true for the majority? If we're going off a majority standard, if we're going off, it has to be more of a through line than what Miss Genesis is saying. If you look at the level of violence, if you're just going off the level of violence, if you're going off the amount of people getting shot over shoes and things of that nature, going to the club, having an argument, death is the ultimate decision.
I don't disagree with you. I don't want you to think that I'm disagreeing with you, because I agree with you. But I think it boils down to it's a choice. it's a choice of what you're equipped with as a person, a child, or whoever the individual is that's faced with it.
But I wasn't equipped with it. I was taught this one way. I'm not equipped. I'm admitting that I was equipped with, as a teenager, I was taught, fuck the police. And so it made me say certain things to cops that I should not have said. That's why I'm always on my son, like, yo, you're going to lead with respect, because of my environment and what my brothers was engaged upon that I wasn't necessarily understanding because I was too young, but I'm indoctrinated into this thing because this is my family. And so
making yourself the majority when you're not.
No, I'm not making myself the majority. I'm talking about your average everyday inner city. This is your average inner city in the black community. This is what is going to
find your average day inner city.
The hood.
Me and you go debate later. I want to hear Miss Genesis. You stop talking. You bumping. Stop bumping. Miss Genesis, you made that comment. And so based off of you making that comment, you have a perception of what most people react to when it comes to you. You made that comment for a reason. So I want to hear you say, and I don't disagree with you or Kwame. All I'm saying is there's another side to it. So let me say that. Me and Kwame agree to disagree all the time. So I had the opportunity to agree to disagree with you, and I'm looking forward to it. So let me hear what you got to say.
Okay. Obviously, there's always, you know, the other side of the coin. That's obvious. Now, you're talking about the 30 families that you know personally who have conflict resolution skills, who have interpersonal skills, who have been taught from, you know, the jump that, you know, we're going to talk about our feelings. We're not going to resort to, you know, putting hands on anybody. And at the end of the day, you know, your job is to make it home alive. Your job is to make it home alive. But not everybody grows up in that scenario. And if that were not the case, then why do we have so many of our young men and now our young women getting in conflicts with the law? Now, I'm not saying this to say that, you know, oh, Black people are angry on a whole, and, you know, young black men are angry and they're built up and they have all this animosity and aggression within them. But if we're going to have an honest conversation, it cannot be, with due respect, just about the 30 families that you know who sit down and are able to have a pleasant conversation over some disagreement. If that were the norm, these fools out here wouldn't be killing each other, rioting over George Floyd, and I don't understand how you killing somebody has anything to do with a cop murdering a dude. Now, if we're gonna talk about it, then let's talk about it. It can't just be about the 30 families that you know. It can't just be about the 30 families that you know. If not, the percentage of young Black men would not be incarcerated. And now our women are acting as if they have all of this testosterone built up within them. They're ready to fight people. They're ready to, and they're rolling like 10, 20 deep. That's crazy. That is crazy. The girl that went to fight some woman in a parking lot and took her baby, and her baby ended up dead. And she just had a kid. She just had a kid, and she went to fight this girl over something stupid. It's all about, oh, nobody's going to disrespect me and this and that and da-da-da. Give me a break. What have you done? And when I say you, I mean the universal you, that you feel that you earn all of this respect. All of this respect. Nobody's going to disrespect me. Nobody's going to talk to me like that. And I'm going to show them this and I'm going to show them that. And everybody's just ready to go to blows. Everybody's ready to go to blows.
I can answer that.
What have we? Okay.
Well, growing up in the environment that I grew up in, that's all we had was that respect. We didn't have money. We didn't have a lot of opportunity. We didn't see a lot of hope. This is the thing we had, and we're going to make you respect it because we can control that. And whether it been through violence or whatever else, we can make you respect us. And so that's what a lot of people are dealing with, is that the lack of opportunity, the lack of focus, the lack of being able to see something better than what you're around makes you angry. It makes you want to control that, whatever that thing is that you can control. So I agree with that in a sense, because like I say, the reason why I talked to 20 is because he has a different upbringing, that his family was a little more closer than mine. So he comes with what he's around, his environment. And that's what he has to understand. the environment that I grew up in taught me certain things. And it taught me I didn't have the discernment he had. It was only this one thing. We're going to fight as soon as we disagree. I'm not going to hear nothing out of your mouth. We're going to fight. And so people that are taught that, it does a disservice to them, because when you get out into this real world, you're going to have some 5'8", 5'7" white guy or 5'5" white guy who went to college, who did it the right way. He's going to be your boss. And now if the only rhetoric you heard was white people are oppressing you and all of these things, you're going to keep having negative reactions, in my opinion, to the way things are going, because you're not in control of none of your surroundings. So I always wanted to be in control of what I was doing. And whether I went to the NBA or not, it was steps to get there. I first got myself graduated. I graduated high school. I had to pass the graduation test. In Georgia, you have to pass this graduation test that at my junior year, I didn't even know anything about it. That's how many people graduated in my family. You know, my family either went to prison or they dropped out by the time they graduated. So I didn't even know of this test. So I know it's all about culture and family and upbringing. And so once I became aware of this test, I graduated, I passed this test, and I was able to get myself a scholarship to the University of Florida. So it was steps. I had options. A lot of times we don't allow ourselves to see options because we box ourselves in. And that's one of the things I fight against now as an adult. I don't want to box myself into any group or into anything, because I like the freedom that I've always enjoyed, that I was able to always be able to move into different rooms because I didn't align myself with anyone. So right. 20, can you at least see the through line in what she's saying? In the majority of families do not see the same reality, and the numbers play itself out that what she's saying is actually true, that the violence that's escalated over simple things is playing out in our neighborhoods. That's why we represent 13% of the population, but 50-something% of all murders or homicides. So
my response to you is, I understand, and I listen to you. I shut up. I stopped doing multiple things, and I actively listen to what the both of you were saying. And so there are parts to what you stated that I agree with, and there are parts that I disagree with. And the parts that I disagree with are, you could be in an encounter from someone from an environment, an aggressive environment, to where their resolve for everything is physical violence, and you could be in an altercation with someone who resolve is communication. Let's just say those two people meet. So on a Wednesday afternoon, we're both walking home from school. You got this aggressive person that's built up with anger, and the first time you touch his shoes or you bump into her, she's ready to fight you. And you got this other individual who doesn't come from that, although she's equipped to be physically in an altercation. That's not her first line of defense. So my thing is to both of you, I think it boils down to a choice. I don't think it boils down to your upbringing, because you can teach me. I was taught, and getting off subject, I was taught to be a womanizer. Kwame was taught to resolve issues with physical altercation. But at the end of the day, when I get into conflict, to where what I was taught, it's the choice to what tools I use to resolve that conflict. It boils down to a choice. And you're either going to be received for the choice you make, or you're going to be not received. So I just disagree that it's all about anger. I think the biggest misconception of our people is that we're angry. We're not always angry when we're faced with encounters. Sometimes we are, sometimes we aren't. Some people who are faced with encounters where conflict needs to be resolved, you can use physical altercation or you can use communication. It's whatever you're equipped with. I think.
So what do you say? What do you say to somebody like my brother that when you're trying to talk, he's swinging at you? This is why I say you don't have a choice. The only choice you have is to get whipped or fight back. Because
in that situation,
in that situation, you're gonna win or lose based off of what you elect to use as your skill in that situation.
He's not giving you an option. He's just fighting.
I'm not just saying Tauber. I'm just gonna use Tauber. I'm just saying Tauber. I hope I can use his name. It's okay. It's not a big deal. So let's just say Tauber finna beat my ass regardless of what I say or what I do. Tauber gonna whoop my motherfucking ass, right? So I can come up to Tauber. Tauber already got in his mind that I was disrespectful to him. He don't want to hear shit I gotta say. But I still choose to elect to use communication as Tauber is beat my ass. So that's a choice that I make to get my ass tore up by Tauber because Tauber don't want to talk. Tauber is beyond that communication shit, and I'm gonna get my ass to fuck that. We're gonna move Tauber out of.
So you're gonna talk and fight.
Listen, but that is a choice that you make. You can have some people that are trained in different sets of skills that can run up on Tark, and Tark already got in his mind, I'm finna knock your motherfucking ass out, nigga. I don't give a fuck what you say, whether you use persuasive communication, whatever communication you done learn, I'm gonna beat your motherfucking ass, right? So if your dumb ass go up to Tark and say, I'm finna try to have a conversation with you, he done bop, bop, bop 3 times, you got punched in the face.
Because that's what's gonna happen.
Trying to have a conversation. That's your dumb. It boils down to you have a choice, but Tark don't have to be angry.
I might could agree with you. You have a choice, but it's a bad choice because the only choice that you have is to fight back or just take the ass whipping.
Right, but some people choose to take the ass whipping for their cause.
Tark,
right, that's a choice. So at the end of the day, what if I beat Tark? What if I beat Tark? What if I beat him?
But it's not about that. I think what she's trying to say is that when we first initially started the conversation is that we're talking about the communication and how we treat each other. We got to be able to see that we're not treating each other in the right manner. And I think what she said, the anger is true. Because we're angry, we're not able to see the things that we're doing to each other on the daily basis that are not appropriate. It's not even, some of the stuff is not even human. It's like, what are we doing?
So let me ask you a question. I'm gonna digress. When Tark beat your ass, or when Tabar beat your ass, or when your brothers beat your ass, was they always mad?
Yeah.
Every time.
They were mad or jealous that I had something they ain't have.
Don't say jealous. Was they mad? You know that right hook when it's mad, and you know that right hook when I'm sick of your ass.
I'm just saying the 2 things I got into a fight about, either they was mad or I went to work at 14 and they didn't, and I had jeans and I had things that they didn't go do the same thing, but they was expecting the same outcome. And I was like, nah, you ain't finna.
Because of where you are at 38.
Jealousy or anger, it's one of the 2.
So, but jealousy doesn't always parallel to anger. That's all I'm saying. I'm not smart enough to know what jealousy is, but I just know I'm just saying that, and this is what I tell my son. You could be doing nothing wrong, and somebody can get you into something that you didn't want. I was working. I didn't want an altercation with them, but I got into altercation for jeans that I bought, for things that I did with monies that I worked for. So it's either jealousy or it's either anger. It got to be something. We got to label it as something because I'm not the one who's causing the problem. I'm with you. I'm not disagreeing with either one of y'all. All I'm saying is I hate, that's a strong word. I don't like the fact that we always get pegged as angry. I could disagree with you and not be angry. Maybe I could be upset with a decision that you made and not be angry. Don't say that I'm angry. I could beat you till you pink and be okay and not be angry because some people that's what they do.
So all I'm saying is you a calm ass whipper.
I done got people. I could just off my conversation, I could piss somebody off that's just happy than the faggot with a bag of dicks. Use that YouTube. I apologize.
Boy, they gonna get you, boy. They gonna take this down now.
Sorry, I didn't mean to use that word. I apologize.
That's just me being funny. Don't take that. But listen,
He's a
I have
comedian.
upset people for smaller things than, you know, just whatever. So take that out of what I just said. I can upset you off of something different.
Hey, what's in that damn bottle you got over there?
I ain't gonna show you, but I'm finna pour another one.
Oh Lord. So what do you think, Miss Jenison? We trying to get him to understand the through line. I don't think it's gonna work. But
I don't think it's going to work either, because obviously we're not talking about him specifically. We're talking about the broader individuals on a whole.
Yeah.
And okay, you're not comfortable with the word anger. All right, jealousy. 9 times out of 10, jealousy will always.
Sorry, I apologize. Okay. I like that word. I'm sorry.
Okay. 9 times out of 10, jealousy will lead to a negative altercation, to a negative outcome. Since you're persnickety about the word anger, we'll take out anger, right? Jealousy, envy, 9 times out of 10 will result in some sort of negative connotation. Are you comfortable with that? Can you accept that? Are you willing to accept that?
I will. I'll accept it. You ain't getting no resistance. I'm sorry, Miss Genesis.
Okay. You're just agreeing with me point blank. There's no rebuttal?
No, you're not. You said you wanted me to rebuttal. No, I'm agreeing with you.
No. Hold on. I just want to make sure that we're both comfortable before we move on to the next subject. Listen, I'm a very nice girl. I don't deal with all this conflict and
The statement that you made, I'm very comfortable with it.
And I can have a healthy debate without getting all in my feelings. And that was not a dig at you.
So you're saying you're not angry. That's what you're saying. You're not angry.
So say that again?
You're just saying you're not angry.
I didn't hear that. No. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that. Say that again?
I just said you're just saying you're not angry because I disagree with you, which is what I was trying to say. You're not angry.
Oh, definitely not. No.
Okay.
I'm not angry. I'm perturbed.
I think we can get somewhere as a people.
So we want to get to the next step. So now that we got, it's not anger, that it may be envious and jealousy. Is that the 2 words we use? Jealousy and envy.
And envy. Do you agree with that, the gentleman up at top? Do you agree with those two words?
Because he ain't gonna let you say anger.
Oh, okay. No. I'm comfortable with that. So
does jealousy and envy, you think, play a part? It has to be something that plays a part in what we see going on in our streets. If we can't talk out of both sides of our neck. We can't say Black Lives Matter on one end and what we do to each other over a disagreement, we don't want to take into account what we actually do. It's the most dangerous thing right now is if I disagree with a black man I don't know on the internet, because I don't know if that man is going to hear what I say and want to kill me. You have to take into account of what she's saying on that. And it has to be a reason on why we do that to each other. Twani, sleep?
No, I ain't sleep. I'm waiting on Miss Genesis. I want to hear.
No, we asking you. Then we go let her bring it home.
No, he directed the question to you, sir.
Okay, ask the question again. I'm listening now. Ask the question again. You know how I've listened. Ask it one more time. Let me listen.
So basically, let me fast track it. Now that we got to that through line of we're not saying the word anger, we're saying envy and jealousy. So that we have to work on those topics and those points to see if that's the reason why we're doing what we're doing to each other in these streets. We are killing each other over words and things of that nature. So what is it about us as a people that we can't do what other people do? They have disagreements. It's on the internet. And I don't see white men on the internet hearing a word that they didn't like or a phrase they didn't like and then going to pull up. How can we stop doing that over a disagreement?
So again, in my opinion, it goes back to your foundation. So, you know, you're always taught, you're always taught as a young man, as a young woman to be competitive, You know, you never quit. You know, you give 100%. So in my opinion, you know, this competition that we have with each other versus taking that energy and directing it towards what you can do for your community is always going to put us behind the 8 ball. So in my opinion, I never focus my attention on an individual. You will never hear me see where I'm jealous of what an individual has done or has done. Any individual who accomplished something, I'm going to be happy for that person. I'm going to celebrate that person because in my walk of life, if I'm able to achieve any type of success, I want them to do the same for me. But in my opinion, and this is just Antoine Walker, as a body of people, we all have this mentality, and I really believe that it's taught. Because you don't come out of the womb being jealous of somebody who is in a better position or who has, you know, a better financial stability than you as a person. You're taught because that person who is teaching you how to navigate in this world has their own set of issues that they hadn't resolved. So as an individual, if we learn to celebrate more and do more collaborations and support each other as other cultures do, then I think as a people we'll be better as a people. But in my opinion, it's just me. We compete amongst each other, and this don't even have nothing to do with strangers. Let's just take it to family. Within your own family, instead of your family supporting you because you may have a strength and it's their weakness, they have issues with you as a family member. So you can't even get the support within your own family, let alone going out to your community. Because I think it's taught. It could be sibling rivalry. It could be just, you know, whoever your parent was at that time, you know, they conceived a child at 16 and they had their own. And so they poured their issues instead of resolving their own issues before conceiving that child. They pour their problems into that child. All this negativity is taught. You can't convince me that a child who comes to this world raw hates everybody. They're taught. You're a product of your environment. Until we change our environment, we're never going to move together as a people. So I hope I'm answering your question. In my opinion, everything stems from your foundation and what and who you come from and what you're taught. Because me personally, I celebrate everybody, regardless if they're doing something that I wanted to do personally as for myself. If they did it before me, I don't hate that person because they did something before me. I'm going to call that person behind the scenes. Well, how did you do X, Y, and Z? Because this is what I'm trying to do. If they help you, if they don't help you, celebrate it. That's what you're supposed to do. This whole crabs in the barrel, you got to pull somebody down. If anybody is trying to go to a professional sport out of high school, the first phone call that you should make is to Kwame Brown, because he's the example of who's done it. If somebody is trying to go to the NFL from high school or from college, you have Tracy Walker, you have Justin Coleman, you have Rashard Lee, you have Darius Slay, you have Michael Early, you have all these examples, you have Moose, you have all these people who you should contact before you do it. You have DJ Dallas, you have all these people who you can contact because they've already established that platform. But us, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, as a people, we're so set on, let me take it away from professional sport. Let's say you want to be an elected official. You want to be the first mayor of Brunswick. You should call Cornell Harvey. He was the one who did it. You may agree or disagree with his platform. If you want to be a city commissioner, you can call Commissioner Williams. You can call Felicia Williams. You Felicia Harris. You can call these people who have already done it. But us as a people, we're so stuck on we want to do it differently than the path that was already created, and we run into all of these barriers. You know what I'm saying? Barriers stop us. Instead of you
you know, just call it, pick up the phone. They're there. They've done it. You don't know their plight. You don't know the stumps and all of that before they've done what they've done. Call that person. And again, I hate the word angry. Y'all know that. But as a people, before we advance, I've watched other cultures. I've studied other cultures. The people who advance in their cultures, there's a continuation. There's a process. If you have aspirations to do that, there's a process that they put in place to put you there so that you don't go through the same thing. We'd rather go through the same bumps and bruises instead of reaching out to that person because we want to say we're better. And ultimately, you're trying to advance the same people. So I hope I answered your question. That's where my mind took me. But that's my response to that.
What do you got, Miss Genesis?
Okay. I think that
I said a lot.
Yeah, you did. I think that when I made the statement, I wasn't making the statement from an individualistic point of view, because because you said I would do this and I would do that, and you're the type of person. Okay, but that's you. Then you talked about the 30 families that you know. Okay, but I'm trying to get an understanding of the broader aspect. I mean, the other 99.9% of the population, of the Black population, right? Because, and like I said in the beginning, it does come down to your foundation. It comes down to the basics of your foundation. Because if you were taught, my phone's gonna die, I gotta get my charger. If you were taught interpersonal skills, conflict resolution skills, if you grew up in a household where your mother and father never fought in front of you, or if they did, quote unquote, fight in front of you, it was a respectful disagreement. But again, the majority, that's not the majority. That is not the majority, right? And before we have, I just think we have to get them before it gets to the point where how old you were, Kwame, when you decided that, you know what, this isn't working for me. I need a change. If not, I'm going to end up, in this vicious cycle again and again and again and again and again. And I don't want that for my future. Okay, you're one individual. Maybe you're in the top 10% that thinks that way. But what about the other 90% of us out here, Black people, that are struggling? That are struggling. And again, you don't like the word anger, fine. All of this animosity, all of this jealousy, all of this pent up aggression. And again, you're probably gonna have a problem with the word aggression as well, right? But we have to be honest. Just because those connotations might, be might perceived as negative, but the reality is we are angry. We do have aggression. We are jealous. We want to have what somebody else has without working for it. If that was not the case, we wouldn't be in turmoil. We wouldn't be in pain. Why is it that every other society is able to move forward and build? But what we want to do, we want to destroy. We want to destroy. We want to tear down. We want to tear down. And if 10 people in a neighborhood of 100 who say, okay, you know what, let's get together and we're going to boycott this store because nobody in there looks like us. Nobody in there owns a store. Let's do that. The other 90 people in the neighborhood, they're not going to do that. It's easier to go to Mr. So-and-so because it's just down the road and it's only, $1.50 here, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. But if you don't want these people in your neighborhood, stop buying at their establishment. If you stop buying at their establishment, they're going to go out of business. They're going to go out of business. It's more opportunity for the like-minded people who want to open up a shop. To open up shop. I mean, I know I'm veering off, but I just think that maybe it's because I come from the teaching background. I don't know, but I just think that we have to start doing something. We have to start doing something, and maybe we're not going to reach everybody. Maybe the 25-year-old who's out there now with a gun strapped on his hip, ready to just take somebody out because he's filled up with animosity. Since again, you don't like the word anger, he's filled up with all this animosity, right? But how do we get to that 25-year-old who's filled with animosity to say, hold on, wait a second. Why are you filled with all this animosity? Why do you feel that you need to have this gun? What is going on? What has led you to this point that you feel that's the only way that you're going to survive out here? Or even if you don't want to survive. Because again, you hear it in the hood, oh, you know, I'm not going to live to 21. I don't think I'm going to see 21 and da-da-da-da-da. Why? Why? And you have to ask yourself, why would that?
So what if that 25-year-old has a gun license and just like to bear arms and he's...
Oh, now you're being ridiculous. Now you're being ridiculous. I'm trying to have a serious point.
There are a lot of 25-year-olds that I know, like I mean, you can consider me the minority, but I know a lot of people just based off of the current climate in this country have taken a stance on teaching their children how to shoot weapons. So
I'm talking about illegal guns. No, hold on. Talking about illegal guns. And again, like I said before, I'm not talking about your experience. I'm talking on the broader whole. The broader whole. I'm not talking about your, because again, you know 30 people who sit down and it's all kumbaya. You personally, you're going to go and you're going to talk to somebody. You're going to call Kwame and congratulate him because he made it to the NBA. You. I'm not talking about you specifically as the individual. I'm talking on the broader whole of us as a people. A people. You have a lot of people walking around with illegal guns. I'm not talking about the handful of 25-year-old people that you know that have gun licenses, that go to the range, and you know they're all fine, well, and good. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the handful of individuals who are walking.
I hate to cut you off, Miss Genesis, but I don't think you know me. I don't think you know who I am or where I come from. So to make the example of that, I'm speaking to a certain audience. I'm not speaking to a certain audience. I'm speaking to both.
I never said that.
So
I never said.
No, I'm just listening to your comments. So I'm listening to you and what you're saying. You're saying as though, in my opinion, that I'm out of touch with reality of my people. So, I'm not going to get into a conversation of trying to explain to you of how in touch I am with my people versus how out of touch I am with my people. All I'm trying to convey to you is that your perception of who we are is not the perception of who we are. So your majority is different from my majority because of the circles you choose to engage in. So I choose to engage in different circles where I see families where mothers and fathers teach their children to bear arms at a certain age and teach them how to shoot guns and get gun licenses. That's not something that's out of sight or out of space. There are a lot of black.
But 20 to be fair, I don't think she's talking about that. I think she's talking about if you go off of the numbers, 13% of the population, 13% of the population represent 52% or 51% of all homicides. So she's trying to get you to open up your mind to what the reality is based on the numbers. And if you can look at the numbers that reflect the overall picture of us that any old average Joe can look up. She's trying to get you out of the personal realm of who you know and just to look at those numbers. 52% of all homicides, 48% of all the people who are dead in America, dying every year. We're dying at those rates. So with those numbers that we have in mind, that don't seem like you're not angry. That doesn't seem like you're not. That's some violence at a different scale if you represent that number and you still account for that amount of violence. So if you can open your mind to what she's trying to say and come up with an answer based in the parameters of the truth, because what she's saying is actually true. Those numbers that she's talking about and what she's trying to get you to answer is actually true. So if you can get past the who you know, and let's focus on the larger scale and give the 20 answer with the larger scale, and I think it'll be a beautiful situation.
So I think.
May I interject? May I interject before you answer, please? May I interject?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm not personally attacking you. That's not what I'm doing.
I don't receive it that
way. So say that again.
I don't receive it that way.
Oh, okay, because I thought you were getting a bit. I I thought you were taking it personally, but because you were like, you know, you don't know. But no, that's not what I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to convey is that, okay, I could look at it from the standpoint of my own personal experience, where I don't know anybody that was shot. I don't know anybody that doesn't own an illegal gun. I don't know anybody that had kids out of wedlock. So I'm going to look at, you know, my Black people in this light, because that's what I know to be true for me and my existence and my own personal experience. And that's the only reality that I'm going to look at, because that's the framework that I come from, right? What I'm trying to convey is that the broader picture is that it's not everybody's kumbaya moment. It's not everybody, let's skip and hold hands and go on a picnic and, oh, because I spilled the orange juice, you know, my mom's just going to get a napkin and wipe it up, and my dad's going to be, oh, okay, we can go to the store and get some more, right? I mean, I'm drawing an analogy. I want us to look at the broader picture of what the problem is, because obviously there's a problem. If there wasn't a problem, we wouldn't be in the state of where we are right now. We wouldn't be. And I just think there's a lot of pain, there's a lot of anger. I know you don't like the word anger. There's a lot of pain, there's a lot of anger, there's a lot of animosity. There's just a lot of things that are on the negative. It's on the negative. And from my perspective, I just think that the negative is outweighing the good. The handful of people that are doing good, they don't live in the neighborhood. They don't live in the neighborhood. And again, I know you're going to have a problem with that. But anyway, thank you for letting me make my point across. So again, I was not trying to personally attack you. I was just trying to make you understand.
This is interesting dialogue. This is the first conversation that we had. Listen, I take nothing personal. Listen, we're having a great dialogue. Hopefully after this conversation, we'll have more conversations. So with that being said, this is my response to the both of you. So the both of you, I don't know if you two agree or you two are on the same page, but my response to what you just stated was that I just don't agree that this anger that you're speaking of exists amongst the majority that you speak about. I understand that some people are angry, some people are frustrated with their situation, and I agree with that. But what I disagree with
Sorry. There's a lot of echoing. There's a lot of echoing coming from you, and I can hear half of what you're saying and not the full. I can't grasp your full statement because there's a lot of echoing in the back, and I want to hear you.
That's gotta be Kwame, because my other phone is dying. I ain't do it this time. That's Kwame, and that microphone he got. He like, what's that movie with Terrence? What it is? Kwame did it. So listen. So my
is that me?
I don't have another phone. So my response was, I just don't agree that the anger that we speak of within our community truly
we changed it from anger.
What's the word?
It's jealousy and aggression.
Jealousy. Okay. So the word that y'all talking about amongst our community, I don't agree that it exists amongst everybody within the community. My only issue with saying that is I don't like being put in a box. So, and I say that to say this.
What is that noise?
I agree with some of the things that you have said, to say that there are some people who fit the description of what both of you have said. But I feel like it's wrong to peg us as a people to say all of us are angry and we respond to the same things the same. I'm not saying that's what you said.
But no, that's not what we said.
Let me finish. Can I finish my point?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's what you said. But as I receive it, and what's being promoted is that we are angry and we are mad because of where we are as a people. We are mad where we are as it relates to education. And we are mad as it relates to where we are as far as starting businesses. We are mad as where we are starting being in politics as a people. That to me, I just don't agree with that it stems from anger because of whatever it is you choose to decide that creates that anger. All I'm saying is I understand and I agree with some of your points, but I don't agree with everything. That's all I'm saying. I'm not upset with what you're saying. I'm listening to what you're saying. I'm focusing on what you're saying. I just don't agree with all the points.
So I don't think she said a lot of points. I just think we want to find out, because I think the anger word trapped you up or trapped us up for so long that we went on and we changed it to two different names. So you give us the explanation of the numbers that we talked about, the 52%, the 51%, or whatever it is of the homicides that we account for and the deaths that we account for. Give us what's causing that. You said earlier in the conversation that something causes everything. What is the cause of all this carnage?
So the number that you all quoted, I'm going to respectfully accept those numbers, but until I can vet those numbers, I'm not gonna say I agree with them. I'm not gonna say I disagree with them, because
well, you can go look up Google right now.
I'm gonna look them up. My phone is dead. I'm gonna go look those numbers up, and then if you invite me back, I may not get invited back.
No, I'm gonna invite you back because I want you to stick to the premise of what we're saying. I think you got so trapped up on the word anger, it's hard for you to move past it. But I mean, we have to find something to put in place to say what it is that's making us account for so many homicides. That's making us Chicago every other weekend. You see 100-something people getting shot, 60-something people getting shot. New York, all these inner cities that we claim these are Democratic cities. These are black cities, majority. And a lot of the things that's going on, I know you're laughing, but this is where me and you, I knew we was going to get into this part of the conversation. And I'm not siding with anyone, but the one thing I do is I call it down the middle. And the majority of the cities that you can name, the Baltimores, the Washington, D.C.s, the New Yorks, the California, there's a through line. And if we're not willing to talk about that through line, if we're going to just laugh and joke through it, I can do it with you now. But at the end of the day, there's a through line with this violence that's going on that we're not willing to speak on in a manner that I think is helpful. So it got to be called something.
Let me lead with this. So when you're looking at statistical data based off of who is convicted of a crime and the crime that they commit, the city that they commit, and the nature of the heinous crime, or if it's heinous or if it's not, you have to look at where you get that statistical data from. So I don't know where you all are getting that statistical data from, but from someone who sits in the courtroom when the data is comprised, I can tell you that you may or may not be receiving accurate information. You can take it for what it is, and you could do whatever you want to do with it. All I'm telling you is that there are several factors that are involved in the conviction of a crime. So when you go to these cities that are predominantly Democratic or may not be Republican cities, you have to look at the story behind the story of who is being convicted versus who is not being convicted. And you have to look at who is being reported of those convictions versus who is not being convicted of those convictions. And I only say that to say this: don't get so hung up on data. You got to look at the whole story. So a person who has a rap sheet, I'm gonna be transparent. Let's just say an African American male who we're discussing, who has a rap sheet, let's say 36 convictions for felonies and misdemeanors. So between those 36 felonies and misdemeanors, we're not looking at the representation that he's had during those 36 convictions for those felonies or those misdemeanors. We're not looking at alternative sanctions that have been given to him for the conviction of those felonies or those misdemeanors. We're not looking at what options he had being opposed to being home with his family versus being taking this plea to increase the DA's conviction rate versus someone else who has the resources to secure a private attorney to get out of those convictions. So
aren't you essentially proving that it's not about his race then?
I would agree it's not about race and it's not about anger. That's what I was saying from the beginning. But what I was receiving from the both of you all, if I'm wrong, tell me.
You're saying that the deck is stacked.
No, I think Miss Genesis changed it from anger to whatever to get you to move on.
I'm not worried about being mad. You can say whatever you were. I'm past that.
She moved it from anger, and I know she can speak for herself, but she moved it to another word just to try to get you to see from an overall perspective of what's going on based on the numbers. Now you're introducing that the numbers are wrong. And some of the numbers come from the Fed database, the FBI database. So I mean, if those numbers are wrong, then we don't have no way of collecting data if they wrong.
What federal database you getting them numbers from?
Not all of them, but some of the numbers, like some of the numbers that you can look up, as far as the murders and the homicides, the John Does, you can definitely look up and track some of these things. And so we can't just sweep it under the rug. I think she's just trying to get you to have a different conversation in the fact that so much stuff that we're doing to ourselves may be our biggest problem.
And I don't disagree with that. I agree with both of you from that standpoint. I would argue is that we need to look in the mirror first to address the issue. I don't disagree with nothing that both of you have said. I agree with you, and I hope that I'm showing that I agree with you. But there's just certain points that I want to add to what you're saying. Stop smiling, Miss Genesis. You ain't
because all we hearing is disagreement.
You ain't win. I ain't agreeing.
I agree with you, but I'm gonna keep coming up with points that show that I don't agree with you. I agree, but I'm gonna keep talking about what I don't agree on.
And I'm gonna do the same thing.
That's what you just did.
You know what I find interesting? You know what I find interesting when you were speaking, you were saying that you know, this person has 35 felonies, and let's look at the conviction rate. Okay, I'll challenge you on that. Mm-hmm. Why does this individual have 35 felonies? Why? Why would you have 35 felonies? Regardless of the conviction and regardless of the stats and da-da-da-da-da, why does this individual or individuals have 35 felonies? Why?
You know, it's a felony to go on a housing project compound when you're not supposed to be there. So if you're going to see your kids and you continue to go see your kids and the housing authority police catch you, that's a felony. So if you got 35 attempts to go see your kids on a housing authority, they're not going to tell you that. They're just going to say you got 35 felonies. So you got to dissect. You got to dissect all of that. You know what I'm saying? And that's just an example. To go on property that you're not supposed to be on when it could simply be a misdemeanor for criminal trespass, but now it's a felony because you violated a protective order or things of that sort. So when we talk about our people, we got to dissect these people's rap sheet. When you talk about a habitual violator, what is a habitual violator? You know what I'm saying? So somebody who's constantly went to their child's mother's house on multiple occasions to see their kids when they were unwarranted.
That's called stalking.
You know what I'm saying? So is that person a bad person when you look at him on paper and he has 35 felonies, but you look at what the felonies actually are? You know, come on, let's
okay, all right, okay. So then why doesn't he arrange to meet his baby mother someplace else?
Does he have that option? Can he get on the phone? Can he get on the phone and have a conversation with her and say, "Let's meet somewhere else to meet the kids"? Can he do that?
So again, it goes back to my original point. You're proving my point for me. Thank you.
I think so too.
To my original point, the foundation.
I'm about to get off this. Y'all me. I'm gonna flat both of y'all tires. Keep going.
No, because I'm saying I think your argument. No, 20. I just think your argument. So you said. So I done been arrested 3 times going to see my kids. So that means I know the outcome if I go the 4th time, and I'm gonna go again. I'm probably gonna call my baby mama and say, "Hey, look here, girl. I'm going to jail every time I go over there. You might want to meet me at the IHOP."
So what if somebody feel like? I'm not making excuses for dumb decisions. I'm really just trying to prove my point.
I know you are.
I'm gonna let that example go. Let's go to somewhere else. Go to somewhere else. Y'all cheating.
No, I think that I think you've proven my point. Thank you very much.
Somebody said in the comments, so are you saying we don't make up the majority of prisons?
That's not what I'm saying. I know who make up the majority of the prisons because I look at them. I go into prisons. That's not what I'm saying.
Are we the majority in prison?
Yes, we are. But
so how do we become the majority in prison?
My response to that person will be, are we in the prisons because of the crimes that we're convicted of, or is it because of the lack of the resources we have when we go to court? Is that the reason why we make up the majority of the prisons? Answer that question.
I think it's a little bit of both.
Now, if you have the resources when you go to court, you will not be in prison.
I think you're right. I think it comes with being able to have representation. And then the first thing you're doing is having that initial contact in the first place. And then the second thing we're doing is not having, legal representation. When you put yourself in a losing game, we always talk about the white man's game, and we bring ourselves to the table and then expect to be treated something different. I don't get it. If you're going to get a part of the system, you better be prepared for what comes with it.
Right. So if you're hustling and you're hustling, instead of you going to spend your money on things that you want, you may want to get you a Bible attorney on retainer. So when you get jammed up, you don't go to prison over stuff that people get out on probation for.
Absolutely.
So, that speaks to my point. Like, do we make up the majority of the prison system because of choices or because of our convictions?
I still think it's choices. I still think it's choices because I remember my brothers had the money to spend on lawyers, but they spent it on rims. They spent it on cars. They spent it on. They spent it on these big gold herringbones. And so at the end of the day, if you know what you're getting into, you gotta prepare for a rainy day. Yep. So at the end of the day, if you're gonna hustle, you still not even gonna hustle the right way.
Yep.
So we gotta still.
I don't disagree with y'all, but I gotta argue with you. I'm a debater. I'm gonna ride my point all the way to the ground, even if I'm wrong. So hopefully I'm right. I'm gonna ride it all the way to the bottom.
Way to lose your argument with your truth.
Even if y'all got me, I'm gonna ride with my point. I don't care.
It ain't no y'all. I didn't get you. Miss Genesis killed
No. I'm trying to come back. You joined on with Genesis. Y'all both double team me, and I'm gonna send a what you call it? What you call them thing? What you do? I'm gonna do a what you call it, people when you do something. When you go to a restaurant, what you call it?
A hostess?
No.
Dine and dine.
When you give your opinion on your experience.
Oh, you gonna go and do a Yelp?
Yeah, I'm gonna do all that on your YouTube.
A review?
A review. Just come on with me.
Okay.
Bro, listen, all I did was say that I understand what she was saying about don't make it about your own personal experience. Let's make it about, if she's talking numbers of a majority, I know how to separate my personal. Like a lot of people will try to keep the argument to a singular thing. Well, I don't know a lot of friends that are hoes, or I don't know a lot of people that had kids out of wedlock, but you know that this is happening based on the numbers. So the fact that you can't open your mind to go off of a majority, because there's a real thing, and stop making it personal, are you trying to have the conversation, or are you trying to cut off the conversation?
Well, in debates, because I've been debating a long, even in defeat, you keep the debate going. So there are several points of the conversation where I already knew I put my foot in my mouth, but that doesn't mean that I was not going to keep the conversation going. I'm man enough to admit this. I'm trying to get people to subscribe to this channel. So if I just bowed out and said y'all right, I'm wrong, how many comments we gonna get? So Miss Genesis, I ain't gonna tell you you're right. I'm still gonna tell you I don't like what you said. I don't like angry. I'm Twani. I'm Antoine Walker. I don't like you.
Hey, look.
And bring me back on the channel again. We could do it again.
Look how he's shaking his head.
How you like that? And I'm gonna drink to that. I'm still drinking that, and I ain't got no ice. I'm drinking that hot for both of y'all.
Yep, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, open your mouth. Smile, Miss G. Say cheese.
Miss Genesis, go ahead and get him. He done lost.
Listen,
I think he lost.
You're gonna have a headache tomorrow.
Who?
You are gonna have a serious headache tomorrow.
You
are. Yes.
Yeah. Based off because of what I'm drinking or because of what you told me?
You're drinking straight liquor, right?
It ain't straight. It just looked that way. And I don't drink alcoholic beverages while I'm engaged in conversation. I'm drinking Mike's lemonade.
Hey, why you had to turn to the camera like that?
Mike's lemonade is an alcoholic beverage.
I'm drinking Mike's lemonade. I don't drink alcohol.
Mike's lemonade has 5% alcohol in it.
I don't drink alcohol.
Mike's has 5% alcohol in it.
That's lemonade for me and my body. For what I consume with my body. That's lemonade. Mike can only do lemonade for me. I got to spike it.
Hey, about that's water. Oh, you done spiked it, huh?
Yeah, I ain't been drinking. I'm sober through this whole conversation. I'm engaged in this stimulating conversation with my family, and now Miss Genesis, who I have learned to know, who I disagree with to certain points that she made with her friend Kwame Brown. That's where I am right now.
Listen, all I do is call it down the middle. I thought that she had something to nail with what she was saying that I just wanted you to understand that majority, she was right.
All the people in the comments, they had a sidebar conversation at 10 o'clock. They were gonna double team me. I'm gonna do the investigation. I'm gonna submit my findings to y'all tomorrow on his YouTube page. They double team me. I ain't lose. I learned the lesson. I can't tell you what the lesson was or what I even said, but I felt like I lost some points there because I got off on a tangent. But it's all good in the debate. You do that sometimes.
Yeah, but especially when you got Mike's Hard Lemonade.
And be on this platform and expose your truth and see if you could survive. I did it. You do it. First of all, before you can send him a message to get on the channel, you got to subscribe first. You got to bring 25 people. If you don't know 25 people who know how to get on the internet,
bring 25 people.
Yeah, matter of fact, I need 100. Every person that wants to get on here and be the live conversation, if you ain't got 100 subscribers to the page, shut what they call the fuck up. We don't want to listen to nothing you got to say because you ain't what we want. So when you bring 100 people, then you get on the conversation. Then he'll talk to you. I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna comment. Miss Genesis gonna get on here at 10 o'clock. And they're gonna double team you. You go through what I went through, and then it's gonna be all copacetic.
It's gonna be all what?
Miss Genesis is our own thinker.
What was that word?
Copacetic.
Oh, okay.
You like that one? You like that one, huh?
Big word.
Message. Beta. Beta.
I think 20 has had enough libations.
Yeah, I'm dead. I'm good.
I think
what are they saying in the chat? What are they saying in the chat?
They just laughing at 20 right now. And then some people said it's the lack of resource when 20 was explaining about the court situation. And then let me see. Go up.
I think overall everybody enjoyed the dialogue. You know, we didn't get to every comment, we didn't get to address everything that everybody said. But I think from what Kwame is trying to do with his platform, we had a serious conversation, you know, about certain points that we wanted to discuss, and those points were communication, family, community, just yourself. And, you know, everybody chimed in. We answered those questions. People chimed in. We brought other different people in, different perspectives. And I think overall it was a good time. We tried to make it comical. You have to understand too, in some debate, sometimes you lose yourself for the sake of the debate. You want to keep people engaged. So some things you may say may not necessarily be your point, but for the sake of the conversation and for the debate, to keep people engaged and to draw people to your platform, you do certain things. And I'm willing to do that because I truly believe in what Kwame's trying to do.
So there are some sacrifices that I'll make, and he's made, and you've made with Genesis. Even though I don't agree with 40% of what you said, 60% I agree.
I think you agree with 90% of what she said.
But I enjoyed myself. I had a great time, and hopefully he'll invite me back. I hope everybody enjoyed it. We done been on this thing for 4 hours, and so we kept y'all engaged for 4 hours. So that said something within itself. So Kwame, you should be commended with what you're doing with your platform. Miss Genesis, we thank you. You looking at me like, who is this person talking right now? He got multiple personalities. He on medication, but I can flip it from time to time.
No, Miss Genesis is gonna be a gunslinger that I go to from time to time because I know she's gonna have that consistency and that truth. And a lot of times when somebody hits you with them hot facts and that truth, you're gonna start looking like you fish out of water. But anyway,
I need you. I'm gonna get your information. We're gonna have a sideline conversation. Where you ain't win. Don't walk away thinking you won something because you ain't win nothing. I learned sideline conversation. Always learn lessons in any conversation. True, but I'm gonna call you. We gonna talk. And I ain't trying to push up on you and everything. Your skin look all good and everything. But I ain't trying to push up
your
on
wife
you.
Beat you down now. Hey, you in trouble tonight, boy. You in trouble. No, you can't put everything. You can't blame it on the alcohol.
I'm blaming it on Kwame. Kwame made me do this. Kwame
Lord.
Kwame did it. So if I can't see you till the fall of 21, it's your fault.
I'm not the one that's in control of what you're saying.
Yes, you did. You did it. You brought it here. You did it.
Lord have mercy.
I wasn't bothering nobody.
I mean, Miss Genesis, you proved the point that now he don't even want to take accountability.
Nope, I ain't accountable for nothing. It's the people. All my people is their fault. They need to give me some resources. They need to give me some stamps, stimulus package. I need a house. I need a car. Give me everything. I ain't got nothing. The white man did it. Everybody, I'm blaming all of them for everything. I ain't got nothing. Give it to me.
Oh shit! Well, your wife gonna come out there and kill you, man.
I don't know nothing. Somebody help me. Help me, please. Please help me, please.
Hey, look, you see how he keep looking to see if his wife's still right.
Now I'm
lost. You done lost it. You done got nuts.
No, get it.
All right, we go wrap this thing up, Miss Genesis. I definitely appreciate you again for your time. 20. I definitely thank you.
Enjoy you, Miss Genesis.
Miss Genesis, you got anything else you want to leave us with? Hit us with a hot jewel.
I think at the end of the day, it all comes down to personal accountability. It's just personal accountability and what you want to represent as an individual in this world. Period.
I agree 100%.
Enough said on that one. That's 100%. Thank you so much. I definitely see you again. 20, we got to do this thing again, man. We should make this every Friday with you because we can't handle you every day.
Listen, man, Kwame, first and foremost, if nobody else tells you, you are much appreciated. You are historical in our community, in this world. I'm fascinated with your story, regardless to whatever else is put out there. I appreciate you. Thank you for taking the time to think that it was worthy to even bring me to your platform. I enjoyed myself. I had fun. It was a Friday night for me. Again, thank you. I appreciate you.
It's a Friday night for me too.
Huh?
It's a Friday night for me too.
But you know, you're in a different. No,
I'm gonna say it's Friday night for me too.
But you can do different stuff on your Friday night if you chose to.
No, I'm going to bed. I'm going the same thing.
I got three choices. I can ride bikes, cook, or go watch TV. Those are my three choices. You can do whatever you want to do. You can go to blue water, pink water. You can do all of that.
Go outside no more. Now stop.
Let me hush.
Listen, the same way that you speak about me, I speak about you and people like Miss Genesis. It's not gonna take people like me. It's gonna take people like you guys that are on the ground, that's in there every day, and you're working around people and touching them, and you guys know what's really going on. I happen to know what's really going on because I'm around you guys, and we've boxed celebrities in so much that we can't expect them to be our voice. It's going to be people like you that'll step out on a leaf or on a limb and put yourselves out there for scrutiny and sometimes maybe even criticism from a job. But it's going to take us doing that as a whole, because if they start taking down everyday regular people, so to speak, and doing it in a large number, then there's going to be some pushback. You can do that to a celebrity and you won't see anybody care, because a celebrity, you know, have all the money in the world. But it's wrong what's going on right now. And the reason why I have this platform, I don't want to lose sight of what I'm here for. I'm here to put some light on the fact that the everyday person has to speak, because their voice means more than everybody else's voice, because it's we the people. It's not celebrity the people. It's we the people.
I agree 100%. And Pete, your audience, don't mistake comedy for personal. You know, there has to be comedy. Laughter is good for the soul. And, you know, in a debate, sometimes you have to sacrifice yourself. Kwame did it. You know, Miss Genesis did it. I did it. So we ultimately want you to subscribe to his page, increase his numbers. You all bring 100 people. Let's get his page numbers built up so he can create this platform to advocate for us. He's the only person that you can touch that relates to your experience in your community. So let's build him up. Let's support him. And let's encourage everybody's opinion. At the end of the day, this is a conversation. I love everybody. I love Miss Genesis. I love Kwame. There are lessons learned through this conversation. So again, this was not a debate. This is a healthy conversation. There are no losses. There are only lessons. So subscribe to his page, you know, and let's grow as a people. And that's all I have to say. I enjoyed it. I had fun. I was out of my comfort zone, but I enjoyed it. I had a good time, and I appreciate both of you for inviting me, and I look forward to doing it again.
Okie dokie.
All right, man. I holla.
All right, y'all be good. God bless.
All right.